young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Pause. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Pause. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the clock out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the clock out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the clock out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the clock out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right.
What can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him? you said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by?
So the majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't go well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
Wow.
that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
balance. Explain what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put them in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think for biology.
It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies? Or
poli-sci, political science.
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
The Stamp.
Monday was good.
Taking them up cause I feel a
This shit
fool.
was messing up on me
I don't
earlier.
want knowing if I'm not with you. Stay up in the bed all day.
Let's go.
Dressed in
Get the likes up. Get the likes up.
in bed all day.
What's up, Queen J?
I got nothing but your t-shirt on. I got nothing but your t-shirt.
Marcus, what up? Steppenwolf, what up? Vet Life was popping. Joel was good. Matt was good. Capella was good. It's been a good day, man. A good week, man. We just getting started.
Wow.
Get the likes up. Get the likes up. I'm feeling good today, man.
Talking about the overnight scenario. 3 in the morning, the pancake house. 4 in the morning, we'll be rolling too much. 5 in the morning, the nights go out. 6 in the morning, you can hear us start to shout. 7 in the morning, she'll be
They don't know nothing about this.
8 in the morning, talking about the pussy hair. 9 in the morning, and she just getting home. Talking about the overnight scenario.
Mr. B was good. Nico was popping. Heather was up. Mel was good. Chocolate Bunny was popping. CJ was good. Let's get it started, man. Yeah, one more.
Let's see, Scarface. We're not doing it yet, man. We're just grooving a little bit. Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
Welcome to DC.
Big gangsters, tell me what you think is going on. Big gangsters, tell me what you think is going on. Big gangsters, tell me what you think is going on. What's going on? What's going on? Yeah. Big gangsters, tell me what you think is going on.
Ray Midnight, what up? Get the lights up. See, don't. All right. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. What's poppin'? Okay. Salute the DC in the building, man.
Perfect.
This one. Tezzy, what's poppin'? I ain't seen you in a minute. Hope all is well, man. Steppenwolf, what's good? We in the building, man. It don't even seem like Monday, you feel me? DirectionCYOP.com, man. Go get some merch. You see this one? You know what I mean? Oh, damn. DC, see, that's one thing I missed about DC, man. The energy, man. There's so much music I could play during a set in DC. In Houston, it ain't quite the same. Mike, what's good? Let me make sure I get everybody, man. Salute. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. One time, let me see. Matt, what's good? Marcus, you already know. Travel One, Maisie, we see you. Let me get to the top. Pause. Lionel, Rock Solid, you already know. Correct me if I'm wrong. What's popping? Almanaz. Wrong one.
Perfect.
Mel, was good, my G. Hope all is well. Great T. Normal Nerd. Yo, my bad. Somebody had like blocked you or something. I apologize. I just saw that shit. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Daryl? Soul's was good. Alpha, I see you. Chocolate Bunnies. Cool Gamer, what's good? Calvin Wild. My big bro. What's good, Aaron? Mr. JTK in the building, man. Impress. Chappella. Oh, yeah. Everybody been here, too. Salute. Vivienne, what's good? CC.
Perfect. Shit like that.
Appreciate you. Apollonia, salute. Unika, what's up, man? I ain't seen you in a minute. Hope all is well. Mr. Gary S, what's popping? Thank you. I like it. Matt putting in work already. Appreciate you. I see you. What's good? Yeah, Biz, I'm gonna get back at you, man, because that shit, man, I'm telling you, that made my life a whole lot easier. E-Dub, poor George. Okay, I got it. All right, I'm back. I'm caught up. Joe, my brother Joe, was good. Love C. April Fools. Nah, I don't even. Is it April Fool's Day? JT, what's popping? Yo, do what you gotta do. Tezzy.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Anthony, I appreciate you. Oh, wrong one. Thank you. know what I mean? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Zach Goo, what's good, my brother? Hey man, get the likes up. What? Mr. Fantastic, what you talking about?
Brother.
What? You don't like go-go? Oh. Mr. Fantastic, come on, man. It gotta grow on you, man. You know what I mean?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Brother.
See, Mr. Fantastic want me to play. Rec, I gotta go. All right, Mr. Fantastic from North. He from what Mr. Fantastic from Macon. All right, Mr. Fantastic, real quick. Salute, Mr. Fantastic. What's popping, man? Yo, man, get the likes up, man. Get the likes up. I could go, I'm telling you, any region, it don't matter, bro. I'm telling you.
Wow.
Salute. Ray Midnight, my brother. DJs Unite and all that. You feel me? Damn, man, we having fun today, man. The hell with it, man. Salute to Q. Shout out to her. She got a new gig and all that. You know what I mean? 183 people in the building. We got 109 likes. Not bad, actually. You know what I mean? I can't take too many requests. We ain't never gonna get the damn show started. Great team, man. Shalom. WS Judah was popping, my brother. Damn, man. Get the likes. So that shit kind of fun though. I ain't gonna hold you. Gucci made his music. Depend who you ask. You know what I mean? Depend on what year and all that. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Damn, man. Great team. I'm gonna do the West Coast neck on Friday. That's what I do. I'll do the West Coast on Friday, man. I'll do the West Coast on Friday. You know what I mean? Let's see. Let me see. Yeah, I'll do the West Coast on Friday. That's fair. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. King Jersey, raised and Bama bloodline. What's up, DJ Ham? What's popping? Yo, it is hard to stop, man. That shit fun, especially when it's a good crowd. You know what I mean, Ray? I got you. I got you on Friday. Damn, he said good music on Friday. But I'm playing shit like this though. No, not that one. Not that one. It's gonna be a Friday. Friday gonna look like this though. I'm telling you, that's the route we going on Friday. I ain't playing too much gangster shit. We get the likes up, man. Damn. So salute the Q. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna figure everything out and all that, but the show gotta go on. You feel me? Men versus female manipulation, man. Salute, Miss Fantastic. Get that work in, man. You know, just looking at it, man, thinking about how these relationships go. Oftentimes, communication is cited about the number one reason why things are falling apart, right? Let me ask you guys a question. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that the majority of men communicate directly. Do we belabor points, right? Do we beat around the bush? Or generally speaking, do we say what we mean if we having a conversation? Now, I will say oftentimes men will be silent, which can be an issue in communication. Before I even get pushed back with that, you know what I mean? But men speak directly, right? You often know where it is that we coming from, right? And I'm saying I haven't vetted this out. So I'm saying feel on purpose that, you know, we want to get to a solution. We want to get to a solution of the issue. Keisha, what's up, Keisha? I ain't seen you in a minute, man. You ain't responding to my email or nothing.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
You know, we often want to get to a solution, which becomes an issue. You know what I mean? I want to show you guys this real quick. Matter of fact, right? Now this is said that it's not actually making the point I'm going to use it for. However, it illustrates what we're talking about pretty well, right? Get the likes up, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, right? And here's what I mean in terms of holes in our communication, right? And I get it. There'll be people that'll say this is not what this video's intention is. However, it illustrates what I'm the premise I'm painting right now. All right. Let me share my screen real quick. Let me make sure I put a 1 in chat if y'all can hear it. But it's safe to say that men speak directly based on the chat. It's at once. You know what I mean? You know that we do, right? So let me show you this. Impress. That merch should be on the way. Everybody else should have gotten an email for the people who bought the book and things of that nature. Let me know if you got your shirts and all that so far. All right. Let me see. Where is it? Right here. Let me see. All right. You guys probably seen this before, right?
It's just there's all this pressure.
Yeah, Marcus, you should have got an email.
And sometimes it feels like it's right up on me and I can just feel it, like literally feel it in my head, and it's relentless. And I don't know if it's going to stop. I mean, that's the thing that scares me the most, is that I don't know if it's ever going to stop.
Yeah. Well, you do have a nail in your head.
It is not about the nail.
Are you sure? Because, I mean, I'll bet if we got that out of there...
Stop trying to fix it.
No, I'm not trying to fix it. I'm just pointing out that maybe the nail is causing...
You always do this. You always try to fix things when what I really need is for you to just listen.
No, see, I don't think that is what you need. I think what you need is to get the nail
See, you're
out.
not even listening now.
Okay, fine. I will listen. Fine.
It's just... Sometimes it's like there's this achy... I don't know what it is. And I'm not sleeping very well at all. And all my sweaters are snagged. I mean, all of them.
That sounds really hard.
It is. Thank you. Ow!
Oh, come on. Ow. If you would just...
Don't...
Try to see things my way. So, have you guys seen that before? Right? What is he supposed to do in that situation? Corey, what's popping? What is he supposed to do in that situation? Like, you know what I mean? Wow. What is he supposed to do? He's saying, nail, get it out your forehead, right? Okay, right? That makes sense. He's also speaking calmly, right? Directly. The issue is not getting convoluted. But it gets framed as he's not listening, he doesn't understand, and that the solution doesn't matter as much as her vocalizing her thoughts. But does that make sense? Right? That shit is crazy. So what do we do, ladies? What do we do, ladies? How do we navigate those conversations? Right? Do you think it's an unfortunate thing that you guys kind of have to tell us what your goal is, right? Because we're not thinking, oh, she wants me to listen. We're thinking, get the nail out her head. Right? But if she wants to articulate first the reasons why she wants to get the nail out her head, you got to tell us that. First and foremost. Right? I would much rather play Monday morning quarterback. I see a problem, I solve it, and then ask how we can avoid that problem going forward. Right? Oftentimes people play Monday morning quarterback, right? And things of that nature, but it is what it is. You often have to get a solution, especially when it's prohibiting you so much. You know, So in that instance, she was severely prohibited. She said her shirt was getting snagged.
Wow.
You know? And then finally, when he had enough of the nail, he tried to kiss her by being understanding. What happened? The nail got in the way because the problem still isn't remedied. See, that last part is ill, right? He listened. He understood. She said thank you. He went to go kiss her. The nail was still an issue because the problem was never solved. Venting and marketing are the same to me. You say you got an issue, you let people know the issue, and then you got to resolve the issue. If you don't, it's still a hindrance, i.e. the kiss that didn't come to fruition because you got a nail in her goddamn head. Get the likes up, man. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Excuse me. So I want to also look at this, right? So that's just the communication part, you know. It's just broken. Should she have went to, I think I saw Love C say it, a girlfriend event and then her man to get a remedy? Like, should she use two different people, two different types? Should she go to her man, babe, I need help with X, Y, and Z? And then should she say, girl, I'm being bothered by X, Y, and Z? Should that happen? Or should her man be able to field both the complaint, the venting, and the solution? Right? And if women aren't as solution oriented as men, should they be? You know what I mean? Because what's going to be more effective? Or do we all just need to sit there and listen to people vent? Because that helps in the long run. Because in the video, which is key, is she vented, right? Vented. And then they hit with the damn nail in the head because the problem wasn't solved. What y'all think? Crown Prince was popping. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing well. Think about that, right? The venting, the marketing is only so much. Now, what about the solution? Or should we solve and then learn? I swear to God, I've made so many more plays from learning from mistakes. Salute to Ratchet City. I ain't see him yet. I ain't see her. I ain't see them yet. But you know, preparation, being proactive, and then learning from your mistakes, getting a solution, you know, it just makes so much more sense to me. Shy Steve, what's up? You know, get the likes up, get the likes up, get the likes up, man. Damn, man. All right, let me show y'all this. There's a few tactics, right, that really hurt and halt communication that I have to ask the ladies about. Now, to be fair, I am being slightly accusatory.
Shit like that.
But it is what it is, man. Guilt tripping, man.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Why y'all be guilt tripping so much, man? Huh? Nah. Keisha. Why y'all be guilt tripping so much, huh? I didn't even read what she said. I don't understand it, man. Let me show y'all this. Hold on. Where is it? Which one I want? So, this is a brother and sister. I'm gonna show you, Shiesty. God damn it. So this is a brother and sister. Have you seen these two? Right.
He does like holding your hand. And no, mommy. Hi, handsome.
My mom, London's holding.
London, let go of him.
He doesn't like me holding his hand. Every time I hold his hand, he's like, no, I don't want to. Okay, fine. He doesn't like holding my hand.
He does like holding your hand.
And no, mommy, every time.
I know.
I promise you, every time. He was like, I don't. He's always getting off. Okay, fine, I'll hold him. You don't like holding my hand. Not 2,000 minutes. 2 million minutes. Every day.
Look, listen to the things, right? She cries, fake cry. She mad because he don't want to hold her hand. She like this, I swear to God, right? And then she get mad because he don't like it. And then he said, all right, fine. I'll hold your hand for 2 minutes a day. She say no every day. So the cry went away once she got her way, and it went back to telling him no every day. Listen again, what?
Hi, handsome. Hi, Mom.
He like, damn, I'm trying to carry the bag. I can't. I'm trying to walk. Look at Ma. Look at Ma over here smiling. Like he ain't having fun.
London, let go of him.
He doesn't like me holding his hand. Every time I hold his hand, he's like, no, I don't want to. Okay, fine.
Look. She hit him with the fake cry. Every time I try to hold his hand, etc. He said, all right, fine. Guilted him into doing it. Number one.
He doesn't like holding my hand.
Y'all need to stop laughing too. Black Seinfeld, shalom.
He does like holding your hand.
I know, Mommy, every time.
I know.
I promise you, every time.
Okay.
Ma just lied. Ma just lied. He likes to. No, he doesn't, Ma. And you see it. Stevie Wonder can see it. And look how Ma dressed. Ma dressed like a damn. She looked like one of them things off Men in Black. You see her in the mirror? The motherfuckers be drinking coffee. All right, well, let me keep going.
He's like, he's always getting off. Okay, fine, I'll hold him.
He always getting off because he don't really like to, but Ma gonna lie. Look, now no more crying, no more nothing. And his mom saying, thank you. You could tell by how he smiled, like, thank you for appeasing her. But she creating something, though, now, right? She creating a modus operandi, right?
You don't like holding my hand.
Look.
Not 2 million minutes. Every day.
So he concedes, say, okay, not 2,000 minutes, 2,000 minutes. And she say every day. And so this is a little girl salute to this family, man. You know, mom definitely need she needs somebody help her with her clothes. But yo, that is a small example. But this happens to grown men. You never get me this. You never get me that. Stacy got this. Stacy got that. You don't hold me anymore. You don't kiss me anymore. You don't. God damn. Well, you walking around the house looking like Who Shot John. But when you go to the doctor, you got makeup on. Huh? Hair wrapped. Feet dirty. Know what I'm saying? Pajamas torn up.
Brother.
Big ass drawers.
Wow.
Come on, man. This what we get.
Perfect.
We don't get that.
Perfect.
But when you go out with your friends, right? When you go to brunch, you dress to impress. You know what I mean?
Shit like that.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Nah, bro.
Wow.
Yeah, Shiesty. Yeah, god damn it. What's up with y'all, man? You be guilting us, and then we end up like my young boy here. All right, fine. You know what I'm saying? Let me tell y'all another thing. What's it called? Spooning? Nah. Hold on, where Maisie at? Nah, Maze. I get up, brush my teeth, wash my face like I'm a kid. I put lotion on my face. You feel me? Nah, I just get up looking all crazy all the time. Nope. Yo, she was fake crying, Keith. Look at Keith. Are you serious? Wait.
Put him in the fucking bed. Get him out of here.
All right, so Shicey, no, y'all be looking crazy in the house, man. Crazy. And I'm not really so focused on them being kids. Like, I know what this could do to the little boy for me, but just in terms of the manipulation tactic, it's just funny that it's a kid. You know what I mean? We could definitely talk about the indoctrination of like that type of behavior for a little boy, you know. But grown women do the same thing. So the guilt tripping though. You never want to hold my hand, right? Yo, and then Maze, Shiesty, Empress, who else? Keisha. With the guilt trip, why y'all be so Love C, you too. Why y'all be so hyperbolic? Huh? You never do this, you never do that. Come on, man. All don't mean all. Y'all want to scapegoat, not answer questions, but now all of a sudden it's absolute. Talking about what we never do. You know, good and goddamn well that's a guilt trip. Lady, put a one in the chat if y'all do that shit on purpose. You never take me out. Right? And then we'd be like, oh, what you mean? We went out 2 weeks ago. But 2 weeks ago was March. You never take me out in April. It's April 1st.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Come on, man. Y'all gotta stop this shit, man. Seriously. I'm on to y'all. Yeah. See. Come on, ladies. Put a one in the chat. Why y'all Fifi? Fifi. Don't do it, man. I ain't playing with y'all today. Don't do it, Shiesty. You know what I mean? Hey, that goal supposed to be on wheels, boy. Yeah, this one, Sunshine. Oh, but it was a group. See, I'm on point, right? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. If I'm yelling, let me know. I've been trying to tune this mic. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Shout out to my brother Marcus Evans with the fellas. What's good, everyone? Let's try to have a good show. No nonsense today.
Wow.
They doing all right so far, Marcus. Queen J, what's up? My brother Jason been a member for 5 months. Salute, my G.
What up, buzzing, birds, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Said house music over go-go. Oh, I gotta do a house set too. I think I did a little one, but not so much. Tezzy, I think it's either upgrade or became a member again. Salute.
What up, buzzing, birds, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Andre, my brother. Salute. He said, what up, Hamp? Greatest ma. Appreciate you. Let's go. I got you, man. I got you. My brother Ray Midnight in the building says, it's always a vibe when us DJs are in the zone. That's a fact. Salute, DJ Hamp Pound TNBR. Salute, my G. Make sure y'all go like, share, and subscribe to my brother Ray Midnight. Ray got a wrench. Let me check real quick. Correct me if I'm wrong with the fellow says, nah, fuck that Hamp. Chicago house. You ain't got it like that. Shit. All right. I can show you, but I can tell you. Jers, what up?
What up, buzzing, birds, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Oh, Tez, he upgrade. Okay, that's what that was. Keys with the $2. I'm still laughing. Dude was annoyed. Yo, I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. Kasim was popping. Salute to Kasim, the OG says, but remember for 3 months says, feminine communication is about emotional frequency. She will try to get you to feel the same way she does in that moment. Your response should match. I don't know. Damn, man. I don't know. OG was good. OG was disgusting. Shout out to the hardest working man in relationship. Appreciate you. Perfect. Damn, man. So I don't know, Kasim. I think that's the issue, right? Because feelings don't solve anything. You know what I mean? So the first one was guilt tripping. All right. Let me show y'all this, man. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. So I think we got the ladies so far on the guilt tripping, fellas. They couldn't really deny it. Second one is this, man. What's up with all this crying, man? Huh? What's up with all this crying? Go ahead, Shice. Fatina, what's up? What's up with all this crying, man? Huh?
Brother.
What's up with all this crying? No, I'm asking. What's up with all this crying?
Brother.
Are y'all crying on demand? Crying on cue? Nah, Keith. Nah. T, what's up? Nah. Okay, I get it, but let me show you. See, there's some shit that crying shit. I'm starting to get a little weary of it, man. You know what I'm saying? Let me show y'all this, man. This what y'all be doing.
And he done, y'all. You so insecure. You ain't got nothing.
Who is this woman? I seen her in your phone. Who's this woman?
That is my cousin. We was at the family meeting when we took that picture. You were with me. You don't remember? Come on, it's the simple shit that be getting me, be blowing my mind. It be wilding for no reason.
Why are you yelling at me though? Like,
cause you
I'm
wrong.
literally like, it's okay. I can make a mistake.
Don't start crying. You ain't got to start. Don't do this. Come on.
Yo. Y'all start losing, y'all start crying. Nah, that ain't how that works. Let me show y'all this. Now, this is an actress, right? No question. But this is realistic, right? You saw that. Y'all all do that. You start losing. He was not in the wrong, and you start crying.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here.
Nah, they gonna keep it real. They still keeping it real. Look at this. Somebody come look at this.
Hydrated.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, if I just keep talking to you, you're going to start crying at some point. Okay. Do I have to be talking about things that are related?
Look at this. I'm speculating that 99% of women could do this. T said they kind of crazy. Look at this, y'all. Talk to me about anything, I'm gonna start crying, right? So now just imagine if it was something that was more visceral or something that like a real argument, something that actually upset you. Now look, here go my sis, my big sis Callie Bev. She just got here, didn't say hi to nobody, and just start swinging. For what? For what, Callie? Look, Callie, look. CC, she's not an actress. Danielle's not an actress. Like, what are we doing here? Come on, man. Come on. Stop. Ladies, put a 1 in the chat if you could cry on demand. You ain't say hi to me, so that's the problem. Now, look at this. What's up, Lauren? Put a 1 in the chat if you could cry on demand. This is amazing though, too. He talk about tape and shit. Yo, you know what's so crazy though? That was like both eyes type shit. So look at Keish. So the majority of the ladies said they can cry on demand. All right. That shit was dope though, how she did it. Damn, man, get the likes up, man. Joe with the 10 ounces. They complain about the stuff you do, claiming you do it for everyone else. So the act is less special if I do it for everyone, but if I don't do it for her, she's mad. Make it make sense, fam. Indeed. Valerie
Shit like that.
with the 20 ball says, great topic, Hamp. Appreciate you. Says, I also saw OG on Kendra G. Yeah, that's old too. He been on there.
Come on, I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money. Bullshit. I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money.
Deborah with the $5 says 111111111. She said it's a superpower.
Shit like that.
All right, Callie. Is Callie gonna concede that point, man? Y'all pull this tactic, man. First we got guilt tripping, that super manipulation, then this crying, because you know what it does. I think there was a fake study. It was like, but crying just naturally softens things up, and y'all know that. Everybody knows that. Are y'all doing it on purpose? Come on, man. That's manipulation. Why do y'all do that to us? Huh? You guilt trip us. We gotta hold your hand. We don't cuddle enough. And then you can cry on demand. On demand. You know that taps into something. Let me ask y'all a question. Ladies, keep it a bean. Put a 1 in the chat. Thank you. Put a 1 in the... Now, we don't want war, but it is a weapon. Exactly. Put a 1 in the chat, ladies, if you weaponize your tears in any argument with your man or a man from the past. Put a 1 in the chat if you ever weaponize your tears, or at least knew they was going to incite a different emotion. God damn, man. Oh my God.
Wow.
Look at Oh man, oh man. Oh my God. Look. Thank you. Thank you. Nah, they still doing it, Marcus. They putting 1s. Come on, man. Get the likes up, man. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Shit like that.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
All right, so crying, right? Damn, man. So we got guilt tripping, crying. Let me show y'all this. Make sure the likes is up. I think we're doing pretty good on the likes. Let's keep it going, man. What y'all think about this third tactic? The gaslighting. Now, I have another clip that may be gaslighting as well, but this clip to me encompasses gaslighting, passive aggression, insults, etc. in my estimation. But I just put gaslighting. Let me see what you guys think.
Do you think that's normal? Do you think you have healthy habits?
Yeah.
Were you the same one who like fat shamed me like last week or so?
I don't
Do you think
know.
that's normal from a stranger to fat shame somebody?
I don't remember. Did I call you fat?
Okay.
You knew you were in the chat. Don't do that on camera.
I don't know.
Hey, listen, it's okay if you want to do those things,
Yeah.
but own up to what you do.
What was I
I
saying?
mean, women are apparently like CEO of not taking accountability. I guess you should change your pronouns because I'd say you're kind of in the same bracket when it comes to that.
High value men, remember?
That's crazy.
I told you
So
that.
what
Don't
they
call
say.
people
Change your pronouns, women and accountability, etc.
either. I'm just saying.
So what are you upset that I called you fat?
This is upset.
Clearly.
This is addressing.
Well,
and I
why
think
don't
it's
you want to
important
own up to
address.
what you said, though? Why
What
are you
was it? What was it
denying
that was said?
I'm pretty sure it was, is this chick supposed to be attractive? She's 40 pounds too heavy.
Yep.
XYZ, something about weight. I wouldn't listen to her.
How do you know that was him, though?
Because it was his name with the check mark in the
Do
chat.
you recall doing that?
I guess so. So
Okay,
you're
so
mad.
now you recall.
You're mad because I said you're
But you
40
said-
pounds overweight. I did like 6 shows in the last 6 days.
So just say sorry.
So just own up to being a piece of shit.
No. So I'm not. So first of all, I'm not a piece of shit.
You don't
So
think
don't
that's
talk to
piece
me
of
like
shit
that.
behavior?
Okay, don't talk to me like that.
see you're
Secondly,
upset.
so what's wrong with that?
We can match each other's energy.
I see you're upset. After you call him a piece of shit, he don't know y'all.
Okay, don't talk to me like that.
see you're
Secondly,
upset.
so what's wrong with that?
We can match each other's energy. You need to like own up to your shit because it's weird that you
I
would
just
face
did.
me. Yeah, after like pulling teeth. Are you good?
All right, you guys are better than me. You win. Cool.
Anything you would like to say before you do?
I got nothing to say.
See? My point.
All right, brother.
Thank you. Sorry.
Wow.
The ad hominem attacks. Then they jumping them. You a piece of shit. You should change your pronouns. Oh, you was okay to say it in the chat. You scared to say it now, right? Yeah, mad microaggressions. Why do y'all do this? Huh? Keisha, why do y'all do this to us? Huh? I don't know who that is. Why y'all do this? Shice, you better not. You better not say y'all don't do this, Shice. If there was a if there was a Mortal Kombat tower for gaslighting, Shiesty would be fucking what was that nigga name at the top with all the 4 arms? You know what I mean? Now he get up and left, but what are you supposed to do? Start hurling insults back, or did he say, you know what, I'm getting out of here before I really get tight? Yeah, she Shao Kahn. Okay, so he's being fake. But think of Goro. That's what I was thinking of. Wait, but think about that though. You gaslight a man to get his attention. Huh? That sounds a little dangerous. Keisha, stay on topic. Men and women aren't mutually exclusive. And you gotta know shit. I've been going at the fellas in terms of our conduct and all that for like 3 weeks, off and on. But we're talking about the women today, right? To me, he don't know them. There's 5 of them talking to him at once. He said, you know what? Let me get up out of here before I really start talking crazy. That makes sense to me. Yeah, no, I hear you. It's a damn shame. You know, I wonder if timing would be better than gaslighting. You know what I mean? Right? Would the timing of the conversation be better than if I don't have your attention to gaslight you? Because then what happens? It escalates and it may de-escalate. The conversation may be had. However, what about all the bad vibes and the bad energy in that bad 5 minutes of coming down from being gaslit? And then he's in the chat. Okay, TK might be right. So I guess he got what he gave, right? But look at the hold on, yeah. Yeah, who's this? Yep. Oh, I'm in the middle of a live stream. I thought it was somebody else. Can you call me back in at 5 o'clock? Yeah. None. I'm streaming. All right, Connor, call me back at 5, you asshole. Yeah. All right, cool. Bye. Yeah, man. So, salute to Connor. I don't even know what he wants. Damn, what the hell was I talking about? Oh, yeah. The gaslighting, right? You may get a result, but is it the result you want? And also that path is longer to get to a solution because I don't owe them no money. You're trying to sell something. You know, it gets so long to the solution because you got to come down from the gaslighting. So if you want to get his attention, maybe timing would be a better way to go about it. You know what I mean? But gaslighting, I think you guys are better than that than us. The guilt tripping, god damn. And that crying that y'all can do on demand, that shit is crazy. Wow. 188 likes, 340 people, not terrible. Let's get the likes up, man. Tato was popping. This is Valuetainment. I know those guys, but I'm not sure what it was. I don't really follow a lot of the white people shows per se. But those guys do decent stuff. And I just saw this clip. I typed in women gaslighting to get a good example. It was actually a few that weren't great. But this, I think, was a perfect example, you know, because that passive aggressiveness that women are so good at, that's what makes them the superheroes of gaslighting. You know, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let's get the likes up, y'all. Come on. Jason with the 10 ounces. Kasim is tripping. I'm not matching her emotions because I don't move within emotion. That's how brothers get caught up in the bullshit. Emotional manipulation is not the way. Damn your tears. God, you with the $5 says guilt tripping spawning from innate entitlement. When they want it, that means they deserve it. If they feel it, then it automatically make it true. That is a fucking problem. All right, but right now I'm just pointing out the tactics. Right now, I have a little bit to say about how men should approach it, but this is actually a great super chat, man. I need to break this down some more. This is actually great. Guilt tripping spawning from innate entitlement. When they want it, that means they deserve it. If they feel it, it automatically makes it true. That is fucking crazy. That's crazy. Callie with the $5. Hello, Hamp. What's up, Callie? Hope you have a good day. Got Hubbins watching with me today. Staycation Bev. Salute.
Shit like that. Perfect.
Shout out to my bro watching, man. I got to get a shirt too, Callie. Dion with the $5 says, we know who's the real ones on now. God, you with the $5 says, completely ignored him asking 3 to 5 times what he said exactly. Wasn't even verbally. She saw it in passing in the chat. Didn't say if it was donation or not. Yeah, I know he's a big name. I think he got money. I forget. I don't follow it closely enough. But damn, man, that last super chat you sent, God, that's real. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Damn, man. So, gaslighting, crying, guilt tripping. Now, this one, and the clip I'm going to use, I use this clip on purpose because it's not super heavy, right? And we can have fun with it, but emasculation. This part right here, I think, is the most dangerous. If we believe that the system and everything we went through plays a part in where we are now, right? And if we believe, I'm saying this on purpose, that we were buck broken and pit against each other, and black men were beat to shreds in terms of emotions and the mental, right? During particular years, during different movements, etc. Right? If we believe in redlining and things of that nature, if we believe that it was systemic, that black men were removed from their homes, I'm just saying, if you follow this line of logic, right, then the worst thing you could do to a man is emasculate him or further emasculate him. Right? And again, this clip is not a great example, but I wanted to use it. It just popped in my head, so it's for a reason. So in this clip, salute to Alex, right? We were talking about when Dr. Umar was saying that black women have the attitudes they have because they're raising families and children and things of that nature. You know, so we're arguing specifically that, like, the attitude that black women carry comes from having to raise the family by themselves, you know. But my argument was, well, how do you account for that in the 40% of black women who don't even have kids, who seemingly play into the same attitude? Right? The argument would be solid, but unfortunately the stereotype is that black women, regardless of a kid or not, share that same stereotypical attitude, right? So that's just the conversation we were having, right? Does all mean all? No, right? But we're having a conversation about what Dr. Umar has said back when this was out, right? Let me see. Stop talking over us. That's the part that, and I look like a goddamn cheeseburger. We were having a back and forth about. Go ahead.
As far as the conduct of black women, Dr. Umar Johnson was saying that for the past 50 years, black women, they pretty much didn't have a choice to be masculine because they've been running the homes for the past 50 years. And based on the first part of what I said, That's why Black women behave the way that they do. And we should give them more grace when it comes to their attitude, their behavior, and how they conduct themselves with Black men, because they're just reacting to a situation that they pretty much had little to no control over.
Yeah. So Alex and I were talking about it. One of the things I was saying was that may be true for the heifers that got kids, but all of them got an attitude, and all don't beat all. But what about the ones that have an attitude, that stereotypical Black female woman attitude, and they don't have no kids? They not running a household. They just come across like that.
Fred,
how does that speak for them? That's what I was trying to understand. Why did everybody get to buy into that stereotype and they don't even got no fucking kids? That was what I was saying.
So when I brought the clip to the chat,
why your voice so shaky? You straight?
Don't do that. Don't do
So for context, we had a chat right when we used to do this standard Wednesday panel, and I told Alex, all right, when we get on the live, we're gonna have the conversation. So I'm like joking with her and shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
Right,
No, when I brought the conversation to the chat, I was speaking from the perspective of us always having the conversation about men are supposed to be leaders. Men are supposed.
That's number one. That's the one we hear all the time. Subtle but deadly. Men are supposed to be the leaders, right? But it's not a supposed to be like, it's like I thought you was a leader. I thought you did it. JC was popping. I thought y'all did X, Y, and Z. Right? That shit. Who want to go through that? Your leadership being questioned. That's an emasculation tactic. Right? And again, I use this clip because, this is my sister. You know what I mean?
Supposed to be this and men are supposed to be that. And for me, what I was saying was that, well, if y'all are the leaders, then y'all are responsible for why we are behaving in this manner. Are you not?
I heard you scapegoat. Yeah. I heard you run from the 4-letter word known as accountability.
So all of that, right? It's emasculating. Right? It's emasculating. You questioning leadership, right? I thought y'all was this. I thought y'all was that. Right? Just subtle. You know what I mean? But for how, and we supposed to make sure that women conduct is better. Right? As though we can't control our subordinates. Like we've lost control, etc. Again, what we're assessing here is emasculation, okay? All right, so just take this walk with me. All right.
How long have y'all been so-called independent and doing this shit on your own? Y'all couldn't learn on your own to not conduct yourself in such a way that makes you undesirable?
Camp, y'all are the leaders, right?
Hey,
so
I'm not fucking playing with her. I'm treating her like she's here from the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia. Go ahead. I was talking over you. What'd you say?
If we're out here running amok, it's on y'all, right? Y'all are the leaders, right? So then be the lead. Do better. That's the point of the statement I was making.
Let me ask you.
You know what's ill about this? Right? You know what's ill about this, y'all? We go outside, right? Like take me for an example. I lead men, right? Pause, right? In terms of work, different organizations, coaching football, etc. Right? So you out here, your leadership isn't getting questioned, but you come home, your leadership is in question. That's emasculating as hell. Do y'all see that? Right? When you're talking about you supposed to be the leaders, we out of control, it's y'all fault, etc.
Your question about following. Do people choose to follow? Do you have to make a decision to follow, or we need to force you? Do we need
this part, right? I want to get to. So Alex said, excuse me, in our chat, she was like, because I responded like in the chat. I used to jump in there talking shit, right? And then she said, "Is this fragile masculinity?" Because I said in the chat exactly what I said just now on the panel. So then it was a questioning of masculinity as a whole. Right? Emasculating tactics. Let me see if I can find it.
Self-improving things when it comes to relationships. Station is there has to be accountability on both ends. We are always speaking. Station is there has to be able to lead her where she wanted to go ahead, and at the safe under the cover. It take her so long. Bigger woman, her 40s kids. She to fall in line
Talking a lot.
beforehand. If y'all have to lead. If you want us, like I said,
Black men ain't shit, and we don't take care of our kids and all that.
like I said, for all point. If y'all want to be leaders, okay.
You can get claps when you post. You see how y'all supposed to be but people have to be willing.
I do agree. I think as a whole, no. But I think that comes.
Wait. No, you okay? So now, what type of work are you guys doing? Fuck, right? Like you said in the chat to me for no reason, and you know me, fragile masculinity, because we just having a bullshit argument in the chat. Me, that don't even
put
make
a
sense.
question mark on it. Asking,
But
is
so,
this
wait.
masculine?
No, so we just talking in the chat, right? But you know a lot of pussy niggas you never said that to. So why say it to me? That don't even make no sense.
Ham, did you feel personally attacked when I said masculine fragility?
You said fragile masculinity. I said it didn't even have a place in the conversation.
Question mark, because you ignored it.
But watch this. That's what the men were talking about yesterday. That's always done. There's a little shot or a jab, right? And we call it sign language that you guys try to act like, oh, that wasn't on purpose. I wasn't trying to create a gotcha moment, but we all know that's what actually happened. Or at least that's a sentiment. Wait a minute. So let me get this straight. I didn't finish my last word, but somehow you rebuttaling what I was just saying. This ain't even a conversation no more.
Ham, ask me why I asked that. Why I put that in the chat.
Sorry, did you say ask or ask?
Ask. A-S-K. Ask me why.
Why'd you put that in the chat?
Ham, we went from we are having a conversation to all of a sudden is I'm about to go in on you. I'm about to do this and I'm like, well, where is this coming from? We are having a conversation, right? We are having a conversation and it went from 0 to 100. A conversation that we would normally have on a regular basis in the conversation. So I put in there, is this masculine fragility? What triggered you to be so upset?
No, I wasn't upset. I was just talking shit. That's all it was. I was just talking shit.
Triggered masculine fragility or whatever term she made up, right? And then questioning our leadership. We're literally having a conversation. Is this fragile masculinity? Why? Why go that route? Why attack my manhood? See, look at this. Look at Travel One. Salute to Travel One. Right? Why are black men so sensitive? Wait, are we first going to deal with why attack a man's manhood? One, you know the man, so you know that's undeserved, you know. But why go that low? Right? Think about it, Travel One. She said, why are black men so sensitive? What's so sensitive about saying don't question my masculinity? Right? Don't call me fragile. Don't question my leadership. Are we supposed to let you say that to me? Are we supposed to let y'all say that type of stuff to us? Right? And so how I handled it here is I didn't let up at all, right? But this was all in good fun. I didn't let that shit slide not one bit. Because how you supposed to handle it? But why does it have a place, Travel One, to gaslight us to say, why are we so sensitive? You question a man's manhood, and then when he responds with the correct energy, he's sensitive. You see what I mean? Why? When a man, think about this. a man is a victim, right? But that don't even sound right. Is the fact that men can't be victims make them the biggest victims? Right? Yeah. You're right here, Keisha, but assess the clip specifically. Right? Assess the clip. I'm asking, did Travel One, who rock, she always here no matter what, does that make sense to say why are men so sensitive? Right? But now think about this. Once again, I'm gonna say it again. Men can't be victims, right? It don't even make sense when we see it, right? We don't look as men as victims. But doesn't that make them the biggest victims? Because Keisha's right. We are human. We do make mistakes.
Perfect.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I read this one already. Jason with the $5 says, emasculation is the black man's kryptonite. They use it against us to get us out of character and to weaken our defenses for shameless tactics. Marcus with the $2 says, would they question a white man's leadership? Well, have you seen people? We had this conversation before, right? What was I about to say? Hold on, I lost my train. We've seen people code switch. Right? You know, have you done it yourself? When white people come around, do you stop saying nigga and shit like that?
Shit like that.
You know, so if I saw a black woman conducting herself differently around a white man, I've seen niggas do that generally. What's up, Lolu? What's up, Abel? You know what I mean? Get the likes up, man. I'm gonna drop this link. I would like to see what you guys have to say, man. The ladies usually don't hit the link, but that's all right. We don't need them. They scared, you know. We got 213 likes and 361 people in the chat. Come on, y'all. Get the likes up, man. We done had a DJ performance. We've been laughing. We've been looking at all these different links and articulating our points fairly well. I dropped the link. I want to see if you guys agree or disagree. You got some pushback or you want to gain more understanding, as do I. If I'm wrong, let me know. You know, if I'm wrong, let me know. But yeah, Alex got a booth smoke that night. You know what I'm saying? But it just interesting to me, man, because you know, to gaslight a man, and I understand what T was saying, and she was being honest, to be heard. But what is that? Does that do more damage? All right, is that damaging? And then to emasculate a man, if you believe that we go through systemic issues, not to say that those things should hold us back, but we've been subject to a lot of these malicious tactics. Why employ it? You know, crying on demand is just crazy. Like, that's crazy. And then if you cry and your man doesn't respond to it, don't let nobody else be around. Oh, but she was crying. Come on, man. I don't play none of that shit. My wife could tell you. I'm like, what you crying for? This is a regular conversation about regular shit. Like that shit don't listen, have the conversation. We grown. Have the conversation. Man, you have to be stern when these things are happening. You have to call them out, but don't belabor the points. That's what I've learned, right? So my word for trying to gaslight me, I will name it. I will call it out. I said, is what you said, does that further the conversation? Does that help anybody here? Are you being passive aggressive to get a reaction? Right? Name the shit. Name the tactic. Name what it is. Because oftentimes you saying, okay, you be an incendiary. Right? You be an incendiary. At least if you say it, they will at least be able to identify what you see or understand as things that can be incendiary. But yeah, 100%, Pac-Man. I will say, what you crying for? We ain't even talking about nothing worth crying about. That's subjective, right? Especially when you're talking to a woman. But they need to thoroughly understand that does not break down the conversation or further the conversation, right? Just because you get what you want doesn't mean it's the right outcome. To get to real solutions, you got to have real conversations. To win an argument for the sake of winning an argument does what for who? Know what I mean?
Shit like that.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. These are the 4 things I was looking at, man. Yeah. Don't I hate when people belabor the points. Right? Redundancy in your speech. Coop, what up, Coop? You know, you're telling us the same thing over and over. I'm not for that shit. You know, a lot of people do it on panels too. Gunny, what's up? You know what I mean? They do that. Aaron, what's up? They do that on a panel. Like, you say your point over and over, give an example after example. Nah, man, streamline that shit. Streamline it, especially if it's an issue. Right? You could convolute your point, then we don't understand it, or we understand it less. Then there's other things added that you have to decipher through. For what? Streamline that shit. Right? So we can finish the conversation, have the conversation. Right? How much do feelings matter? How much do feelings matter? Let's keep it a buck. If we're at disagreement, how much do your feelings matter? Now, if I hurt your feelings, right? I should acknowledge that. Right? You know, if I deliberately do something to hurt your feelings, right? I will quickly apologize and say I'm sorry. Even on the panel or even with brothers and sisters on YouTube, if I say something or do something and I'm like, okay, if I could have corrected something knowingly in that conversation that I didn't correct, I will apologize for that, period. But you getting in your feelings because you don't like how the conversation is going and things of that nature, I don't believe that men should be conceding, right? Because you are in your feelings. I don't think we're getting great results. And we see that with the rate of divorce and things of that nature. Acquiescing does what for who? Right? Let's get to a ground to where it makes sense. Even if you don't win at that juncture. Because he won't always be right, and neither will you. Get the likes up. Devin was good, man. Mazy, yeah, man. You know, damn, man. This is odd. All right, I'm gonna drop the link one more time. I got a busy day anyway. Son, kids, shalom. I ain't even peep you was trying to get on the other day. I saw your comment, after the fact. Jason with the 2000 says, get the likes up. At DJ Ham is cooking.
Shit like that. Perfect.
Valerie, appreciate you. The 20 ball says, hit the like. Yeah, man. That's what helps the channel the most. I'm telling you.
Sends his regards.
Yeah! You know how I love money.
Mm-hmm. Salute to Christopher Walken. You know. Let me see. Him, Mr. B says, him, if we as men could bring our maturity to the men, you think immature? You think men are immature in conversation? Really? Why? If I'm concise and I'm direct, what makes me so immature? If I'm concise, direct, and looking for a solution, what's immature? Right? I don't understand that. Mr. Fantastic.
Brother.
Yo, what you doing, man?
Yeah, what, man? What's going on, man? I'm gonna get in here early and get back out. You know what I'm saying? Well, I see how y'all coming around, man. We finally talking about the actual problem. You know what I'm saying, and not the people trying to fix it. Thank God. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, man, I had to, because I think I was heavy-handed on the brothers for about what, 3 weeks, maybe.
Brother, I've been on your channel for what, months, brother. You're not talking about the women. You talking about the men, though. The men. Brother. But nah, man, yeah, you pointing out a lot of tactics. You know what's shout out by the way, bro. Listen, what's crazy is right. You married, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're in a committed relationship. 10 toes down, family man, all this stuff. And like you said, man, because you love her, like you even as an old lady, man, it's just her. You know what I'm saying? And it goes back to show you, right? So even as a kid, men are indoctrinated to let the woman have her way. So, you get out of the way or whatever, you start, since it's the woman that you care about, hey, man, okay, is it really worth having this argument, even though you dead ass right? You know what, let's just not talk about it, we'll come back to it, all these different things, right? So, again, man, men always get concessions, in the situation, and then women throw, like, little shots of little shit, and then when you're a man about it, because that's what men do, a man addresses disrespect, right? So when that man addresses disrespect, I'm like, hold on, whoa, what was that? So where you say that? Oh, and then you want no, you ain't crying. Why did you say what you said? And now you the asshole, right? You know what I mean? So it's a lot of situations, man. That we do what's better for the situation and consider feelings, but men don't get credit for it. And then, like you say, when you do, you know what I'm saying? I guess man up, boss up, what you can call it to address, especially like, look, bro, I'm not taking no disrespect from no random bitch, bro. Listen, I'm gonna let you know first and foremost, like, okay, so what you be doing? We can keep it civil, or we can get to some nigga shit, and you're not gonna out nigga me. You feel me? So again, a lot of times women think they got it that way, and then you have to motherfucker, and then of course, then there's girls. It's like what I want to call them. The brotherly women, or the masculine portraying women, right? That want to talk all that hard shit like she a man. And then when you grab her and pick up by her damn collar on her shoulder, I'm a girl. Oh, that's a female. No, nigga, no, nigga. You got the jeans sagging. You got the head up. You got a big ass t-shirt on. No, keep that. You want to be a man, don't you? You say you're a man, don't you? Well, what they said? You want to act like a man? You treat you like a man. Going to jail? Nah, goddamn. You know what I'm saying? That's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. And a lot of times, I like to say, women just don't understand. Women do not understand men. I stand on that. Most men come to understand that. Women do not men understand women a whole lot better than women understand men. That's all I got.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right, man. That I almost want to tell brothers, don't, regardless of who it is, do not concede for the sake of conceding. But like you said, we think that the juice isn't worth the squeeze. But I would argue that you give an inch, they take a mile. So what's next? What else? What other bullshit you concede into? You know what I mean? That could be much heavier, right? But if you get into a modus operandi, I don't know if everybody speak Latin in the chat. Mode of operation. That's how things gonna continue to operate, and I don't know if we can sustain it. That's why we get so much beef and heat. know what I'm saying? So no, 100%, Mr. Fantastic. Your technology sucks, Mr. Fantastic.
Bruh, I'm always on the go, man. Whatever, bro. I'm not with you niggas. I'm in here working out. I got this in, and I'm about to get it back in. Goddamn, pause. Okay.
I already worked out. I get up early.
Good for
You know
you.
what I mean?
Well, brother, I get up when I want to. I'm free. All right.
Brother.
Get your iPhone, man. Grow up.
Nah, never. I'm gonna hop back in here later, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all.
All right. Uncle Rick, what's popping?
What's good, Hemp?
What's good? Everything and nothing, man. You off today?
Yeah, it's spring break, right? So I'm in and out. So
okay.
Yeah, I work for the school, so I kind of float how I want to float. So
word. What's popping?
Like that. Shit like
ain't
that.
shit, man. Great shit. JR, what's popping, man? Shout out to the chat. Y'all made it through another week. Shout out to y'all. Praise to the Most High. Man, I think it's what it is, man. And I think as far as the conversation is going, man, it's like, look at the chat when they were saying it, right? Especially when they walked dude off stage, right? When dude walked off stage, right? They say, "Oh, why you ain't stand on what you say?" That's really what they be wanting you to stand on what you say. You know what I'm saying? Like, and people hate when I say that. People hate when I be talking about tests, right? That's a test from your girl, to be honest, to see how you gonna handle her in that moment, right? I say it all the time, and this is a hard learned lesson. Like I said, especially if it's on something where I know it's a lesson to be taught in it, right? And my girl is wrong. The more emotional she gets, the colder I get in that moment. You know what I mean? I get colder because it's not about how she feel about it. It's about the message and the lesson that has to be learned. You see what I'm saying? And the truth is, if we just being honest about the situation, right? You got to be honest about yourself or about what that woman is trying to do to you in that moment. She's trying to get you emotionally attached to the situation. So she moves the argument to her side of it. Right. Now it's different. Like when let's give it context, right? It's different when it's not nothing going on. This is not a problem. She's in her feelings and she's trying to express something. That's different. You see what I'm saying? At that point, that's when acknowledging and listen comes into play, right? But when it's something that's an issue, when it's something that's a problem, you got to stand on what's right, not how she feel about it, not how you feel about it. It's about what's true and what's going on in that sentiment and that time. You can't let them get away with that, because I'm telling you, just what you said, down the line, it just leads to you conceding more and more and more. And what happens is, not only do you lose the relationship, you lose the respect of that woman. And you know, once that happens, the relationship's fucking over. You know what I'm saying? It might not be over because you ain't left and y'all still together, but the relationship is really over, right? So you can't let them get away with that, man. The same way, if your man was wrong, you shouldn't let him get away with it. I'm being honest with that shit, bro.
Yeah. And how important is it to say, well, one, let me ask you a question. Do you think it's a difference between saying I'm sorry and I apologize?
I don't like I'm sorry, right? Because you ain't sorry. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a sorry person. Now, I apologize, because when I apologize, that means I'm gonna make the changes appropriately. You know what I'm saying? So them I'm sorry's get old real quick. You know what I mean? I believe in saying I apologize, because like I just said, then you're gonna make the appropriate corrections.
Okay. And so how important is it to apologize in a conversation?
When you wrong, it's very important. I think when you wrong, it don't hurt nobody to apologize. It actually brings the conversation back on equal footing. Because if we're gonna be honest about it, right? If you sitting up, it's the same when if we want to use our side of it, right? When a woman's wrong, right, and she keep harping on a point or a feeling and won't apologize and just get back to the baseline, it's gonna build spite between both characters, right? Say I apologize, I was wrong. What can we do to fix that? Because once you apologize, right, once you acknowledge the wrong, at that point you can start building and fixing it. But until then, it's just something waiting in the background to come back up in a later argument.
What do you think about the sentiment that it's more difficult for men to apologize than women?
I think
that's women to apologize.
Hey man, if you get a woman that can apologize for real and mean it, bro, like you got you something special, doggy. You know what I'm saying? I just think it's they live in their head. You know what I mean? And it doesn't matter. I think we need to understand it doesn't matter what goes on in the outside world when a person is able to live in their head. You know what I mean? You ever see a crazy person walking down the street and they talking to themselves, oh, move out the way. You see that car, you know, it's real to them. So it doesn't matter what it means to you, is what it means to them in that form and function. So if you can't get her to apologize, I mean, you stuck, bro.
Man. But when I see the so-called crazy people, right? They ain't never getting hit by cars and they don't never bump into nobody. I'll be like with the women, if I'm going back and forth like with my wife or something, it's just like I'm like, what are you? I often get like, what are you talking about? Like, are you here? Like, are you talking about what we talking about? Are you just windmilling? Like the crazy man still stop he's still waiting at the crosswalk.
Yeah,
like you know what I mean?
I hear you, bro, but I like we had these conversations all the time, Hemp. I'm sure you're getting to know how I think at this point. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's simply put, right? It's some things we wasn't supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? It's some slots I'm not gonna put a woman into, right? And the problem is to me is that women want to put me into slots they don't belong. I don't have to think the way you think, right? I don't have to rationalize or understand why you think that way. Those are your thoughts and emotions, right? I'm here to do a job, just like you're here to do a job. People don't like looking at it that way, but that's what it is in a relationship. We both got jobs to do when pertaining to each other, right? So your understanding, right, the way you feel about something is not going to affect my job. I got a job to do, right? I could be pissed at you all day or whatever, or feel a certain way about something, but I understand stuff still got to get done, right? That's the difference between men and women to me in a relationship, right? They think their feelings allow them to defer for their job, right? Most men believe firmly in duty, right? If you with a man that's about his salt, I ain't gonna say real man and all that stuff because that's getting played out, right? If you a man about his salt and trying to be right about his family in a relationship, you understand it don't matter how you feel today, you got duties to do, and that should be the same for the females.
Yeah.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Damn.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Get the likes up, y'all. Question, JR. What's popping?
Yeah, what's popping, guys? Good, yeah?
Good, man. Good. Ooh. One thing that Uncle Rick said, this word popped in my head, ego. Right? I would argue that no woman wants a man that doesn't have any ego. But based on how conversations go when you have a communication with your lady, do women have bigger egos in these instances?
Every single time.
Yeah. Why? Why?
They deserve it. They are entitled to it. However they feel, it's all about them. So that ego's got, it's got supersede the man's ego. And obviously, I think as guys, because we're more logical, we kind of understand that. Listen, if we let our ego, eat us, it can go left very quick. So,
but when we make the logical argument, right, and we conceding, we getting ran over in conversations, arguments with women, when does our logic kick in? Or is our logic say, you know what? This ain't that big a deal, I'm gonna let it slide. That sounds illogical to me to an extent. So when we say that we're more logical in terms of communication, how does that manifest?
I think it just depends on the kind of on who the person is, Like certain guys will attack it, get straight to the point. Some guys might probably just hold on to it until it gets a bit too much, and then when they try to attack the point, it's a bit too late. So, I think some ladies do play on that. So, like I said, if the guy's about his business, he's gonna stand 10 toes. If he's not, it can be a problem, but it's still gonna be a problem for both set of guys. Because
let me ask you this question: do you think the majority of women play on it, or the minority of women play on it?
Majority of the women.
Majority. Do you think the majority of men stand on what they stand on, or you think we concede because it's easier when talking to these women?
Concede because it's easier.
God damn. So if the majority beans, what up? If the majority, Aaron was popping, if the majority of women play on it and then the majority of men concede, why would the women stop doing what they're doing if they're getting what they want?
Because I think the guys are starting to understand that you can't make nobody do anything. So unless they are willing to do, which is, you know, let that ego shit, you know, disappear or whatnot, then cool, we're gonna get somewhere. But if they're not willing, what else am I supposed to do if the woman's ego is up there and mine's down here? For me to make that rise here, you might get physical, right? So I think for guys, we understand that very well. That it's like, you know what, it's best to let it go rather than keep pursuing a situation because of the climate that we are in today. I think, yeah, it's not fault of the ladies. They play on it because the system is on their side.
Are they smarter than us though?
Nah, the system allows them to play on that. So that's why they probably look smart. So the guys are limited to what they can do. Because that's why I said, unless the woman is willing, it's all good. If she ain't willing, what are you supposed to do? Does that make sense? Because we all got a choice.
That makes sense. But if we're having a conversation, we're having a discourse, right? We're saying that we have to revert to a place of Neanderthalism, right? Which would be a level of physicality. So in these instances, I'm asking, are they smarter than us? Are they more intelligent than us? Right? Is it the fact that they're better debaters than us? Why can't we get our points across in these arguments? Because humbling is needed. You're right. Ego is up until you get humbled, then you start to see things differently. So are we at a deficit as it compares to women when it comes to conversing?
Nah, that's what I said. It depends on who the guy is. Okay, for example, what we're talking about now, I had this situation on the weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
I tried to deal with it on a Friday. Oh no, on a Thursday, I think it was, over the phone. What did I get? Tears. I'm going to bed. All right, cool. I'm gonna see you, because she's coming down. I'm gonna see you. Does that make sense? I haven't forgot the situation. You can get away with it because you're over there. You know where I'm coming from? So because you're over there, that's why you can get away with it. There's nothing much I can do. So until now we're in person, she thought I forgot. Okay, now I must remind you exactly what the situation is, because we ain't playing games. What, you think you can cry tears, yeah, and go to bed? She tried the same thing again, tears. Oh, I don't have a bad day today because it was my brother's girlfriend's birthday. I don't give a fuck. That's her birthday. It ain't nothing to do with me. This is what we got to deal with. So she tried to even deflect. No. Let's bring it back over here. So the whole tears. Oh, I need to breathe. Okay, cool. Go outside. Finish crying. But when you come back, we're going to carry on.
Wait. So you're saying that we do better if we don't text or talk over the phone? You think we have more of an advantage in person conversation?
Right there. Because like I said, yeah, how you going to hold them accountable, yeah, if they're over there? You can't. When they're right in front of you, there's no running away. She tried to run away with my brother's girlfriend's birthday. Nah, let's bring it back over here. Oh, my tears, I need some fresh air. Cool, go outside. When you come back in, we go and carry on until we get to the bottom of that situation.
Okay. Get the likes up, man. Jonathan, salute my brother. He says, I think men and women are the same. Ellipsis. Emotional, it just looks different with men. Interesting. But how does it actually?
It's judged differently too.
Sends his regards.
Yeah. You know how I love money.
Yeah, I agree with the judgment thing. I just also wonder, what do we mean when we say that? I only got a couple more. Lauren with the 10 ounces, hamp, exclamation point. I was finally right about something, and the win was not winning. He accepted I was right way too fast. Couldn't do my internal end zone dance. Hey, man, it's better like that. Lauren Mack with the 2 ounces. So we allowing shoulders and collarbones again? When? Who got their shoulders out? Oh, Mr. Fantastic had his shoulders.
Brother.
Hey man. All right, y'all. Let me all right, I need to assess that. Aaron, what's popping?
What's good, family? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Everything's
Okay,
everything.
great, man. Awesome. Shit was on mute.
How's it going?
Yeah, oh man, living the dream, man. I had a great weekend, daughter's birthday, so good times.
God bless, man. God bless. So
Word,
I want to
appreciate it.
dive into this, but this comment that John made, but what you wanted to say?
No. I'm agreeing with JR, and I mean it's an unfortunate thing we got to deal with, but I
Which
think
part?
there's some time. How we're judged differently, and I think Uncle Rick maybe alluded to that as well. But we're judged differently. But that's because our strengths and weaknesses are different. Men have a physical capacity that is stronger, so we have more confidence in our conversation. Whereas women, their strength is their speech. You know what I mean? A man should never engage with a woman verbally, like a woman should never engage with a man physically, because it'll result in a guaranteed loss.
Okay. Damn.
That's the trade-off.
But you have First Amendment, right? Unless it's in self-defense, and even that is subjective a lot of times based on the court, based on how, when, who, what. We can't talk to them. If we saying we had you think men are at a deficit when it comes to conversation with women?
100%.
God. Really?
If your wife got physical with you, what's her chances of success?
0.
So you see the other side.
But that can't. But I know how to talk.
That don't matter to her.
Yeah, but hold on a second. I can talk too, though. Like, matter of fact, I'm almost a professional talker at this point. She's not almost a professional talker, but physically, like, there's no, like, come on, this is
who adjudicates verbal battle. The laws of physics adjudicate physical battle. It's the motherfucker laying on the ground. But who adjudicates verbal battle? You or her?
Her. Damn.
There you go.
God damn.
Because what happens is she resorts to tears when losing. There it is.
But I don't care.
Well, now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, so if we go through all the tears, don't bother me. I don't care.
But that's going to be weaponized in the future. You don't care about my feelings. You don't care about, you know what I mean? They're going to weaponize that.
I know.
Just handed her another.
You're right, but this is but modus operandi is this. That shit don't matter. Stop doing that shit. That does not further the conversation, right? So the modus operandi is I don't give a fuck when you start crying. So that tactic would seemingly have to get thrown out the window if I stay consistent.
In comes a new one, deflection.
Oh, deflection is crazy. Now, deflection bothers me. Deflection bothers me because tears, I could see them and be like, you know what I mean? Because it's almost like it's physical for all intents and purposes. I'm like, nope.
Right.
But the deflection part and the passive aggressiveness, I think those things seemingly in my head go together. You know,
100%.
I can't stand the sarcasm. All those things like kind of intertwine for me. And, I get it. So we seemingly wouldn't employ those tactics or deploy. Okay. And so they got all these goddamn weapons. And so you like, yo, you got way more weapons. Oh, okay.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Oh my God, man.
There it is.
This sucks. Crimson, what's popping? What's he saying? It's not the tears that do it. We is one operating emotional space better. The physical world is the world. Okay. Damn. Yeah. So salute the Crimson. That's what Aaron was kind of saying. We might be fucked. Beans, what's popping? Damn.
Wow. Shit like that.
Damn, what's up, Atticus? Damn.
I ain't forget at all.
What?
That you called me a crybaby. I ain't forget.
Perfect. But that was before. That was after I said I cared, right, Aaron?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Shit like that.
Trump said I could hold on to this until after he get elected.
Yeah, then Trump already making waves, man.
Got 8 more months of this shit left.
No, you ain't. Joe, shout out to Joe. So, Beans, now you're one to lean into debate, listening to understand, but also rebuttal, right? Understanding the words in which people use and make sure they're using them in context. Even if they do, you'll go to the etymology of the word to say, well, this part meant this and this part meant that. So even though we use it as such, here's the true meaning of said word, right? You'll go to that extent to make sure people thoroughly understand who it is they're dealing with in a conversation. What do you think about what Aaron just articulated? Do y'all hear static?
No.
Yeah, Anna, that might just be you, but that's weird though, because she's just in the chat. Check. Hey, put a 1 in the chat if you hear static. Go ahead, Bean.
I think Aaron was right. I don't know. You know, I always do majority minority.
Yeah.
So for me, it's always about whether or not it's applicable across the board on a macro level.
Yeah.
I'm saying across the board or on a macro level. I'm not so sure that is.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's when kids operate the way that women operate, Black people tend to beat on them.
Mm-hmm.
But you're telling them that they can't beat on adults when they operate the same way. Right? So it's kind of stupid to me. And that's why I don't necessarily know though if it's applicable to the majority, but it is probably, you know, the most the healthiest way to address the conversation with a woman is understanding the same way how she shouldn't dive into the physical realm with you. You shouldn't dive into the argumental realm with her. Because like he said, they can deploy all of those, you know, measures in conversation. I highlight those measures every day. I was just literally doing that minutes ago on my show, how they run from accountability, run from the truth. Will say, like, you can show them something, you can see them realize it, and then they'll say, yeah, but in my eyes, yeah, but the way my brain set up, yeah, but the way I see it, yeah, but the way I think about it, like, forget reality, right? So when you know that he's right about the way that we have to be able to communicate with them. The problem is, though, that's more effective with guys when they are the providers. And that's why I don't think it's applicable on a macro level.
Okay.
So show me the dude who's the stay-at-home father and it's working out. And him communicating that way and everything, and it's working out for me to believe that, okay, yeah, that's what it is. If not, then at the end of the day, it still comes back down to paying them to cooperate.
Okay. So, okay. Damn, that's what you think that is?
Yeah, absolutely. Women are prostitutes. But this the thing though. But this the thing though. I want to say this to make sure I said this to what JR said. I disagree with that take he gave based on the fact that I think that there is no such thing as holding women accountable. I don't think that's possible. I think accountability comes from within. Women have to hold themselves accountable. And I think when we say hold them accountable, what we really mean is just call them out. That's what we really mean. We just really mean when you're doing this thing, don't act like she's not doing that thing or whatever. No, say, hey, listen, you're doing this thing. To Aaron's point, I could say, hey, listen, you're doing this thing. I don't like it or it's problematic. And I'm, you know, and then that's it. And especially if she's not giving me any positive feedback, okay, and then I go sit down somewhere. Because when you tell them, okay, then what if she argue? Then what if she don't stop? They always say, man, you got to hold them accountable. What does that look like? Leaving them. Well, that's not holding them accountable. Leaving can be punishment, but it's not holding them accountable. If you leave, then there is no recompense.
What if
You
they
don't-
regret? What if they regret the fact that you left? Is that a thing? Is that
You're not holding them accountable unless they change their behavior with you. You not holding them accountable. Even if they get with the next dude and perform well with him, you didn't hold them accountable. They began to hold themselves accountable.
so? Essentially, leaving would be a consequence, but not accountability.
Yeah, it would be a punishment.
Punishment.
Yeah, it would be a punishment. You can punish them. Oh, I'm gonna punish you with the absence of my presence and all of that. Okay, congratulations. But you have to hold yourself accountable. That's
So,
the thing.
Beans, add some context to all women are prostitutes.
So not all, right? But 90%.
90%.
Yeah. Women in general want something for their sex. So I was just reviewing a video where the young lady said, well, damn, you slept with the guy and he didn't give you a relationship. Man, you just added another body for nothing. Right? For nothing. Because they don't see sex as an equal exchange. They believe that when they have sex, there should be more that comes along with that sex. Something materially, something monetarily, something is supposed to come with that. Right? So there is no equal exchange for them. Sex lead to something monetarily or materialistically that is literal prostitution. It's what it is.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so sex can't just, they're not looking, the majority aren't looking at it as him pleasure, me pleasure, we good.
Negative, right?
Right.
But if
I did
him
I did
pleasure, relationship, money, date,
security,
Okay.
right? That's
Absolutely.
why I said men need to get this out their head that sex is an equals exchange. It's not viewed that way with them. It's not, right?
Yeah.
Think about it, right? Think about it, right? We count the intangibles, right? The stuff that comes with it, the caring, the nurturing, right? But for some pussy, right? She got everything out of you: a house, a Peloton bike, you know what I'm saying? Car, bills paid. It's not an equal exchange. That's a falsehood. That's a false dichotomy.
Now, would it be, so you're saying it's not equal in terms of men would be at a loss?
Correct.
Now,
In most cases.
No, 100%. Now, if chastity was still a thing, right? And, back in the day, your father protected your chastity, right? He had to give you to another man, right? Which is why he's the groom. He literally hands you off, right? To make sure that you're well kept. If chastity was still a thing, would the exchange be equal at that point?
No. It's still prostitution. That's so ironic that you said
No,
that.
no. But in terms of her body, for all the things that Uncle Rick just named, would that be equal at that point?
No, because body count is irrelevant. That's not body count doesn't determine whether or not sex is fair exchange. So it's irrelevant.
Well, here's what I'm trying to decipher, right? Sex has been devalued, right? Because everything can be prostitution, right? They'll give it away for anything now. Where if it wasn't given away unless you had to wed them, then at that juncture would it be equal exchange?
No, because you're still getting something for it other than sex. Now you're getting a husband. Now you're getting a marriage. Now you're getting a wedding. Now you're getting a ring.
Sex for sex.
Yes, it's you're still getting something else for it.
Here's the question: would it be equally as valuable
as what?
As everything that you provide to her?
Oh, would the sex be equally valuable?
Yeah,
no,
because if she, but you see them, but you guys understand my. I just want to make sure I'm clear, just in case I'm not being clear. Her chastity is well kept. It was only given to me. Therefore, because her body was only given to me, she gets provision and protection. Would the value be there? Right?
No.
Okay.
The other guys can answer, but I'm saying no because I'm like I said, the body count has zero to do with it. Right? Okay. It's either sex is a fair exchange or it's not. Right? It's either we have sex, I enjoy it, you enjoy it, and then that's the end. There's no expectations, no entitlement, or it's not. right? And the minute it becomes a man don't think, oh man, I had sex with you, so now you have to marry me, you have to take care of you have to bear my kids, you have to raise them, you have to clean my house, wash my drawers. We don't think that just because we had sex with you, because we do have in our mind that sex is fair exchange.
Okay.
So no, chastity wouldn't make a difference.
What you think, Uncle Rick?
Man, it's like I said, I agree, man. Like I look at it like this, and people can hate me for it. I don't care, right? All women are hoes. I just want you to be my hoe, right? I hate the fact that people act like I done said this before. My shit is circular because it's true, right? Every woman, if she's being with a man long term, want to get taken care of. She could be the breadwinner, right? She could be the breadwinner. Right, and be with a man and still expect him to take care of her a certain way. Okay. Every woman wants to get taken care of. That's just the fact of the matter. It's not a good or bad thing. It's simply what the fuck it is.
Okay, so in turn, we would all be Johns.
Yeah, every man trick. All of us is tricks. They hoes, because if that was the case, you wouldn't have to do nothing for a woman except be in her presence and be around her. If that was the case, we know that's not the case. We know that's not the case. We are meant to. Why you think everybody keep using the protect and provide? Because that's what men do to keep a woman, to maintain a woman. It's just what it is. Ain't nothing wrong with it. It's just what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so Aaron, I'm still wrestling with if she's a virgin, that value is different than if she isn't, because you're the only person that received it.
Which means what?
Well, that's what I'm asking Aaron. See, because Uncle Rick said he agreed with you, so I can't ask him. So I'm gonna ask Rick and JR to see if I get a different opinion. But if it makes the most sense, then I'll have to go with that.
Part of the reason why they have the upper hand when it comes to verbal discourse is because what we're responsible for it's a hardline item. They're very measurable. They're tangibles. Whereas what she's responsible for in return is largely intangible. Therefore, it is left up for interpretation. It's ambiguous.
Her body?
Well, no, I mean, all the other intangibles that a woman's responsible for, but even the virginity, that is a very measurable thing. However, the impact of it is still up for speculation, because who's the beneficiary of a woman's virginity? That man and that man alone. There's social implications that are involved, but there's no tangible impact it has to benefit the man, even though it's a tangible item itself. Whereas provision is a tangible item with a tangible impact.
Okay. Right. So now, all right. Let's just mind this. It's interesting to me. That's why. So, what about when they say the least amount of bodies, the more successful the probability of that relationship to be?
Right.
Those
so
numbers?
That may be true. Yeah, and I believe it's very well could be true. Mm-hmm. But it's still an intangible impact. It's filtered through her psyche for it to be effective. It's still up to her.
Okay, and now, how about her giving you a child?
Oh, that's tangible and tangible. That's hard line through and through.
So at that point, is that like what? Like I'm trying to just see what can they give us that can measure out in terms of value. So how valuable? Okay, go ahead. My bad.
No, legacy. Yeah. I got where you're going. Legacy. That's probably the only real hardline beginning to end item that they can provide for us.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
How many, to the chat, can I ask the chat a question to the ladies? How many of y'all being with a man gonna stay with a man that don't take care of y'all?
In what way?
As in every way.
Provision,
right? As a long-term relationship, right? A long-term relationship.
Well, let's qualify it though. Provisionally, well, I guess it's a quantify. Is provisionally taken care of 50-50?
Yeah, because you're giving them something, right? 50-50 is better than 100. Them doing it by themselves.
Based
so
on
that's-
his question, yes, but that's not the point. When you say 50-50, you're talking about bills, right?
Well, I'm talking. We said you said provision, right? So
Right.
if we want to mine out provision, we can do it. But the first thing I think the majority of people think of is who's paying what in the house.
See, that's where it gets complicated. At when we say provision, we just mean whatever she wants and whatever she needs, whatever that might be. That might be 50% for somebody as far as bills go, or that might be 100% for another person. We just saying whatever she needs financially, you taking care of it.
You giving her. She's not going to be with you just giving you booty for nothing, is what I'm saying.
So you saying she could pay 90% of the bills, you pay 10, you see that as provision?
Yes, giving something, right? Giving something, right? Getting her hair done, getting her nails done, paying a light bill, putting gas in her car, whatever she requires, right? Otherwise, sex would be okay, we smashing, that's all it is. I don't need nothing from you, you don't need nothing from me. When I go out, I pay for my food, you pay for your food, I got my place, you get them relationships don't last and don't go.
What if we are living separately, right? So you can't use the bills, right? To your point, he has to at least be paying for her hair.
He gonna be giving her something.
Yeah,
doing that on purpose.
Even if even if he's paying for dates.
Yep.
Even if he's paying for dates.
So literally just anything. Like,
no, see, that's what I'm saying. He trying to trap us, Uncle Rick. It's whatever they require. He said that already. It's whatever they require.
Please don't overthink it. I'm not overthinking it.
You are.
I'm trying to understand what you guys are saying. I wasn't considering paying for dates and shit like that. I'm thinking in a house where you paying majority of the bill, you guys since expanded it out. I'm like, oh, okay, that's what I'm saying.
But I'm saying, why can't we just leave it at whatever they require? Because it's not the same for every girl. What we're saying is whatever a woman's expectations is, she's not staying unless they're being met. That's what we're generally saying.
That is fucking crazy, man.
What's the definition of hypergamy?
Right, Hamp.
Prostitution.
Hamp. Would your wife marry you if you didn't take care of her?
But
don't overthink it.
But see, that's the thing, though.
Right, you're trying to overthink it.
I've been paying the majority of the bills from Jump Street.
Thanks.
Right.
But you see, in the construct in which I was thinking in my head, that's how you can provide by you do the majority, not me just paying for her nails.
Absolutely, but that's the point.
I hear what you're saying on that.
You see what I mean? That's why I'm kind of stuck on that.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying on that.
But Uncle Rick, remember when I said earlier, show me the relationship where the dude is a stay-at-home dad, right? And all of these rules that we want to apply to men is working.
Stedman.
Right? You're not going to show it to me. You're not going to see it. That's the point. All of the men who claim to have the results that have are men who pay for the majority of things.
And
it leads into my argument about women being prostitutes.
And the reason why you do that, what we call providing, right, or being the man, is so we don't have to go through the rest of the bullshit. We're eliminating excuses. Right. That's all we're doing is eliminating the excuses.
That's a fact.
So hold on.
That's a great point.
Yeah, that's true. That's 100% true. That's 100% true. Well, let me let that marinate for just a second because I wanted to ask Aaron something. Based on what he said, I'm gonna get JR back in too. Joker Bad was popping with the $5 says it's like bringing a knife to a gunfight. You can be logical all you want, but when our weapon of warfare is emotions, all logic goes out the window. Jesus Christ. Because Seam with the 10 says most men fail at communication in relationships. They bulldoze over a woman's emotion. However, in a woman's mind, emotion is law. If she not felt, she will change her mind and reduce the cooperation. Lauren Mack with the $2 says, shout out to the yellow M&M on the panel. Mika with the $10 says, women have a glaring weakness when arguing / debating, and it's our strength. We just don't hold the line. Say what you mean and mean what you say. Big Bad Bull with the $10 says, if we being 100%, most men most women don't see sex as an equal exchange because about 75% of all women never reach orgasm from intercourse alone. Seems understandable to me. Damn. Okay, Big Bad Bull. Rojo was popping with the $2 says, like I always say, women commit to convenience. Jesus Christ. Fatty was popping.
Damn.
With a €5 says podcast. That's how the world should be. Most men don't look at sex as a fair exchange. That's the reality. Did he mean women?
No, he's saying that men should stop looking at it as a fair exchange.
I see what you're saying. Oh, he's saying okay, I see.
Yeah, he's saying the same thing that that Uncle Rick said, that we have to stop looking at it that way.
Yeah. Hold on. Hey, can y'all read these for me real quick?
Caesar's Palace with the $2 said, Bean, slow down. You're spitting too many truths. 100%. Shout out to Caesar's Palace.
He's loving to do that.
Mike Brown, member for 9 months. He said, Hemp, you're putting the value on the lack of sex versus sex being the exchange, whether once or a lot. They expect something in return. Absolutely. That's what I was saying, Mike Brown. Dating Pool Roast Reactions for $2 said, less bodies doesn't mean that. Yeah, I would agree, actually. Yeah, I would agree with that, actually. Aaron said, what is hypergamy?
Yeah, Aaron said, salute. Thank you, Bean. What is hypergamy? It sounded like it was a rebuttal, but maybe not, because I'm just wondering if I can just get her nails done for pussy and she's satisfied with that, does that make all women naturally hypergamous?
No, that wasn't a rebuttal. It was more or less to substantiate Rick's point when he was, I don't know, it was Beans or Rick, when he asked you, would your wife be with you if you didn't take care of her, if you didn't provide?
So
and the greater level of provision, the more security you can have that the woman will stay connected. You increase the guarantee, which is hence hypergamy. The more you can provide, the tighter the grip.
Okay. So,
So it's provision based. They were asking you about provision. Your relationship. Yeah.
Access the box is one thing. Being in a relationship with her requires a level of hypergamy or being able to qualify. Okay.
Being able to deal with hypergamy. Yeah. Even though we hold the keys to relationship, what's that do to the box? Makes it in-house and guaranteed.
Hypergamy equates to prostitution. Literally 2 hours ago on my show, I said this. Right?
Yeah, highest bidder. Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, what you're basically saying is, no matter what I'm able to do for myself, the person I sleep with needs to be able to do more for me. It's still prostitution because you're still expecting more than just the equal exchange of sex. I make $100K a year, but I need a man that make $150 because he needs to be able to do more for me than I can do for myself because I'm going to be having sex with him.
So
there's a clip from tonight's conversation where the girl said she tests men. She'll call a man and say, my car is broke down, whatever, to see what you're going to do about it. Because if you're not going to do anything about it, why am I sleeping with you? Her words exactly, not mine.
Okay. I understand. Let me ask JR this, right? Because I want to make sure this is mined out completely. We are slightly off subject, but JR.
Yes.
The value of the box is the same, even if she a fucking virgin. So 304 box is the same as virgin box in terms of keeping that box for the rest of your life.
He asked the right nigga that question.
JR, God damn it.
You knew not to ask me that shit.
I already answered.
This nigga crazy, man.
Nah, this nigga JR.
Look at God. Look at God. Won't he do it?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
There's no way, bro. There has to be a level of value to chastity. That JR.
Yeah, man.
Oh, I got the right person to ask. Damn, yo, Joseph, what's popping? Joseph, let me ask you a question. What's goody?
Southampton of Connecticut. Pleasure to meet you.
Shit like that. Shit like
What's
that.
popping? Yo, man,
shit.
the old niggas was trying to triple team me. Pause, man. So, the value of box is virgin box more valuable than women who have bodies?
Ooh. Shit. You know what? I haven't had virgin box since college, man. And let me tell you, it's overrated, man. You know what I'm saying? It was basically the whole time, bro.
Not the feeling, but if you was getting with a woman to marry, right?
Yeah. I can assume that it will be better, man. Because the thing is, you know, when a girl has a lot of bodies, she doesn't know how to pair bond. She doesn't know how to love. You know what I'm saying? Sex is just basically just something to do. It's like an exercise. It's like breathing. You know what I'm saying? Sex without intimacy is like great. You know what I'm saying? So you really don't want to deal with a girl like that, you know what I'm saying? Because there's no emotional ties to sex. It's just, you know, basically something to do.
Yeah. Is it devaluing a woman's chastity sounds dangerous to me.
It is.
You said devaluing?
In saying like it's the same. Like if she kept herself
right.
for her husband, right? And people have sex, right? The world is what the world is, right? But if somebody kept themselves, now I never played this game, but even if a guy did it, I'm like, damn, bro, you stronger than me. Shout out to AC Green, you know what I mean? Like there has to be a level of like I salute that shit. It can't just be it's the same. Come on, man.
You're right.
I disagree. It's not the same. It's not the same.
It's hard to measure. That's all.
Nobody said it was though, so I don't know why y'all letting this man trick y'all. Because we never said it was.
No, you answer how you answered. You answer how you answer. That's what it was taken as. If you look at the chat, what you said was what I heard and they heard. So if there's a clarification, that's different than me trying to trick.
Crazy.
No, that's what they're going over. So I'm saying crazy, is that because I said is the value of having sex with a virgin different? You said no.
So now I guess I heard you wrong because that's not the question I heard, right? Because that wasn't the statement. The statement was about whether or not sex is an equal exchange, right? So when you say sex is an equal exchange and then you ask, would it matter if the girl was a virgin? No, because we're still talking about the equal exchange of sex. That doesn't matter. Now you're talking about whether or not a man marrying a woman.
Slow down. What I was saying when you said equal exchange, no, right? Because they don't get sex for sex. They get sex and provision, right? So I understand equal exchange. Then when I said the value of the box, remember I asked a secondary question in terms of it being a virgin or not. The answer was still no. That's what we trying to understand.
Right. What I'm telling you right now is the same way how you saying what y'all heard. I'm telling you what I heard with your question. So understand so that you understand where I'm coming from. I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm just saying what I heard from your question was, does the value of the box change as it pertains to sex being an equal exchange? That's what I heard from the question. So I may have understood the question wrong.
Okay.
That's
okay. Yeah. My bad. Okay, that makes sense. Go ahead, Aaron.
I think there's, if you're looking at an exchange of value as far as tangibles, meaning is virgin box more valuable than non-virgin box in the sexual experience? That's it, physically. I would say no, there's no different, assuming the anatomy hasn't changed or there's no disease or anything like that. The value that's gained from virgin box is in the intangible arena. It's how the woman deals with you psychologically.
Yeah. And how you view
her. So it's tough
right?
to measure that way.
Right.
And it's if you're filtering it through her psychology, it gets muddy. But absolutely, the value, there is a difference. It should be a clear difference as far as the intangible relationship piece.
What about what Joseph said in terms of the science? If that science, let's say that science is true. So Well, do you guys have you heard the science about like the soul tie? Joseph, what were you saying? Like soul ties and things of that nature, or like
Peer bonding.
Pair bonding.
Pair bonding. A woman loses her inability, to be intimate, and sex just becomes the physical aspect of it. Because you know what they say that there's certain chemicals that are released through the body and the brain when a woman has sex. Like a heroin addict or any kind of drug addict for that matter, before you know it, they're going to have to find something more to replace what they have lost. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oxytocin and dopamine.
Yeah.
But to simplify, right?
Yeah.
If she's a virgin, she's going to, if she's a virgin in most cases, just like when most of y'all were younger, the first time you had sex, you got super attached to that person. Right? Your first time, my first time, they make songs about it. They made movies about it. You know what I'm saying? So if you got a woman that's a virgin, right? More than likely, she's going to attach to you quicker than a girl that's been out here with a bunch of other dudes.
Yeah.
But this is all psychological. All this is relationship intangible. Right?
Do women? Hold on, let me like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Did you read this one, Bean?
No, you did. No. Wait a minute. Matter of fact, nobody.
Right?
Yeah, it's new.
Joker Bet with the $5 says, if sex was an equal exchange, women would have testosterone pumping through their veins, and men would release oxytocin every time they orgasm. Jonathan with the 20 ball says, Hamp, you gonna let Beans call you a trick? Hey man, if the logic is sex isn't an equal exchange and I have to pay to get the box.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Jesus Christ, man. They can't be here for the sake because they like me, man. God damn. Matt P with the $2 says, Beans, get your back right. We gotta get work. What's M in you?
Married niggas up.
Oh, married niggas up. Yo, Judah with the $10 says, the problem is that too many men are quick to make a woman their queen without establishing that you are the king. They need to know you must be treated as such before they are crowned as your queen.
Hold up. Let me reply to that. How can like that?
Jonathan with the 20 ball says the virgin I only got one more. The virgin conversation is more of our egos, which is definitely a good thing. To have something no man has had for marriage. Now the virgin box is just the same as another woman.
Oh, I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money. Bullshit. I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money.
Omar Smith with the $5 says, how is someone immoral equal to someone who is moral? Our culture sucks. This is simple. Shaking my head. Joseph, you want to respond to this? And then I had
I wanted to respond. It's the same question that I always ask, these fake Christians out here. How can you worship God when you think you're God? How can you respect the hierarchy or the aristocracy when you're already coming in thinking that you're a queen, that you already think that you're above it all? Arrogance at its highest level to say that you're a queen, but you're living like a court jester or a peasant, right? And then when a real king comes to you, you tell him that he shouldn't be a king. You should get on my level because it makes me feel better about myself. This is what the whole topic of conversation is about. I think women go out of their way to shame men because here's the thing. You call cities being transparent and being honest as toxic, but you call a man that is the opposite of that a beta, right? So I go back to Will Smith. If Will Smith didn't do anything, he would have been called a bitch, right? Mostly by a woman for not standing up for his wife. Because he smacked Chris Rock, now all of a sudden he's toxic. Terrorism. It's Jedi mind tricks. These women are emotional terrorists. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why they have to cry and bitch and moan because it plays into our our masculinity, and the facet of our masculinity is to protect and problem solve. So we see somebody hurt or we see somebody in danger, automatically we snap to it like a soldier. Okay, if you don't do that, then you're called toxic.
So Hemp, right? Let me ask you something really quickly, if it's okay.
What?
Title of the show is Men versus Female Manipulation Tactics, right? Do you see how it's possible that the take that the majority of women aren't having orgasms during penetration as a manipulation tactic?
Manipulation to what? Say you need to give me more than just penis. Well, let me ask a clarifying question. Should the result of sex be orgasm? If we're doing it casually and it's not to get them pregnant?
It's a great question.
Yeah, I guess we just mine it out together. Because if that is the goal and they 20% of the time achieve that goal, I guess to get them a cheeseburger wouldn't be so bad.
But see, this is what I'm saying though, right? So when you make the argument that we're not even coming anyway, but at the same time, you're also double back and making the argument that women, we just had somebody say about men, and if sex was an equal exchange, men would be releasing oxytocin and women would have testosterone. But yet we have all of these women making the argument that we can move just like men move. We can have sex and not care about it just like men can do it.
My question is this,
if men can sleep with a bunch of women and not be considered a hoe, why can't women sleep with a bunch of men and not be considered a hoe? These are the things that they say.
My question is this, right? So if how many what percent of women they say ain't getting a nut? What percentage?
I think he said 20%, but I think yeah.
So
80%. 80% are not.
So 80% not getting a nut, right? So y'all not doing it for pleasure from what y'all saying. Right.
Yeah.
Then what y'all doing it for?
Yeah, which is what Beams was saying. Why do y'all want to fuck like niggas fuck if you ain't coming from it?
What y'all doing it for? And ain't no woman answered the question, right? How many women in here that's talking all this whoop-de-whoop? How many of y'all gonna be with a man that does nothing for you?
No, but even that part, even the sexual, it got
what they doing it for? What they looking to accomplish?
Well, look,
it's just be out there catching dicks.
It's either one or two things, right? To Bean's point, they need to get something for it, or somebody lying, right? It gotta be,
or
and if that's the case, what y'all lying about? Y'all either lying about that y'all want something for y'all pussy, right? Or y'all still getting nuts. Which one is it?
Or let's all say it together. Or they're say the word with me. What women do you know that have sex with men who ain't getting nothing out of it and expect money?
That's what I'm saying. That was number one. They need to get something for it. I just didn't say prostitute.
No, but I'm saying what is the title of those women? The women who have sex with men, ain't getting nothing out of it, and expect money. What do we call those women?
Prostitute.
Oh shit! God damn it! Maybe Beans ain't making this up.
Damn. Well, what about the notion that those numbers is fucked up?
I mean, it's possible, but I'm just
they don't
saying,
want giving those numbers though.
We can't have a real conversation about it because nobody wants to really describe what that looks like, right? All of these women now that want to pee on you and call it coming, have fun with that. I ain't the one. So that's what I'm saying. Until we can have a real, because all they're gonna do is argue every woman ain't the same. Then you can't make the argument that all of y'all ain't coming in. Shut up.
That's fucking that is that's crazy. That's a good fucking job, man.
You know what road that puts us on though, right?
Hold on, Aaron. Let me let that shit marinate real quick. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Hold on, let me read these real quick. I read this one. Dating pool. What's up, HQ with the $5? Just heard the dumbest statement. Please answer how many bodies do I need to not give a fuck anymore? Rojo with the $2 says, is the 80-20 argument for the hoes or all women? Is he saying what? Pay 80-20? What is it? What's the
No,
argument?
he's saying is that the 80% of women not having orgasm, does that apply to hoes or does that apply to all women? I believe it applies to all women.
Yeah, the 80% would be yes, all the women. That's fucking crazy. If you not nothing from sex, the only other reason you could be doing it is to get something else in return other than penis. That's fucking yo. Beans, that's good. That's fucking crazy. Somebody, I need an answer. I need an answer.
The truth is, brother, like I said.
Hold on, God damn it, Uncle Rick. Ladies, I need an answer. I need an answer, God damn it.
You can get one for sure.
Hold on. Don't say that. Don't say nothing. Let me read the chat for a second. God damn it. Hold on. I'm pissed off. And dude, what percentage of these men would you refer your adult daughter or sister to or mother to marry if less than 50%? Why? What's it saying?
Deflection. See, this is what we mean when we say hold them accountable.
Hold on. Kinfolk on a hot seat. Kinfolk. If women are saying and agreeing with the statistic that 80% of women do not orgasm from vaginal penetration, why are you guys having sex other than to get some level of provision from a man? Because if you agree with the first, then you have to answer the second question. If you agree with the statement, you have to answer the question. I'm trying to understand. Hold on, Callie sent a super chat. Hold on, y'all can go in, isn't it? Yeah, I said that.
You said that.
Mm-hmm. The stat is actually vaginal orgasm. We still orgasm via clitoris.
Yeah, but that's the best one. That's the best one, genius. Why would a woman even argue that?
See, this pals with us, Uncle Rick. That's a great question. What are you doing it for? Yeah, that's what we trying to find out.
And again, y'all in y'all feelings. Again, that's why conversations get ruined, right? Oh, which one of these men would you direct your daughter to? Hold on, give me a second. Fellas, which one of y'all would direct y'all daughter to be with a man that don't provide and care for her?
No.
Which one of y'all? Ladies, which one of y'all tell y'all daughters to be with a man that don't provide and take care of her? That she just laying up fucking for free. I'm fucking you and get out.
Well, I wouldn't tell my daughters to do that.
Well, let me before y'all get off this topic. Okay,
no,
y'all talk.
We ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, man. Y'all said some wild shit up here. Like, again, if you want to keep that woman, bro, you gotta please that pussy, bro. What the fuck we talking about? If you guaranteed, no matter what, you motherfucking ain't got a dollar to your name.
What topic you on?
You on what?
What topic you on?
I see how
y'all niggas said that what a woman shouldn't. Do you care about her orgasm and all this other shit? And I'm like, whoa,
we did not say none of that.
You know, hell, I was replying in the chat.
No, we didn't say nothing about we don't care if she orgasm.
Nigga, the question was asked. Yes, nigga, yes. Again, y'all was like, does it even really matter? Of course, if you want to keep her, if it's somebody you want keeping, if it's somebody that you trying to keep on the team, on the roster, or make the main thing, bro, you gotta make sure that motherfucking, you know what I mean? What we talking about here?
Mr. Fantastic. Look at even Devin said fantastic tripping. We ain't say nothing about not pleasing no women.
Bruh.
Brother. We wasn't even talking like that.
Ladies, make sure y'all hit up Fantastic in the DMs. Hit up Fantastic in the DMs. He trying to get at y'all. Go ahead.
Rick, I talk about the Bible and that pussy every day, brother. This ain't nothing new. Everybody know me. Ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing new.
We wasn't talking. No, Mr. Fantastic, we agree. You should do your best in the bedroom, no question. All right. That's all right. We good on that.
A lot of niggas actually too. So women. So I did want to address this, right?
Yeah,
so y'all did make a great point because Keisha lame ass talking about, okay, even if you do right, how you know she not faking it? So even if you do, the woman will. That's why you can't trust these fucking things, man, because that was a survey. You know what I mean? A question or survey. So it's something you'll never really know the answer to. And like she said, if you don't like her, as soon as you don't like a woman, bro, you know what I'm saying? Your dick little, and you can't, and you last 2 seconds. So again, it goes back to the original topic of, is a woman even going to be genuine? Genuine in the conversation being had. You know what I'm saying? Bitches be out here calling they men that they had children with like the ugliest, most unattractive dudes ever with multiple kids, bro. I talked about this shit one time. This girl went viral for the shit. She was like, how I can't believe I ever let you even touch me. And she said, and he pointed to our kids. So when a woman gets emotional, bro, she don't give a fuck what's coming out of her mouth. I don't even think she's even aware of it a lot of times, because they go into the fucking just angry bitch mode and just say whatever. The wildest shit.
Yeah. Let me read these real quick. I want to actually talk about that too. So we're not going nowhere. I just want to read these. Lauren Mack with the 2000. So we are accepting our daughters as prostitutes.
Yep.
She's gonna be somebody's hoe. She's gonna be somebody's hoe.
If she's not with a man for only if she's with a man and the only reason is because she likes him, then no, she wouldn't be. But if she can't be there without other reasons, based on the definition, would they qualify is the question. So if they would qualify, then you have to answer the question honestly. We need to accept it, and we need to accept our sons as Johns under basic definitions. See, I read this one, right? Oh, Andre with the 2000 says, this is a great combo, my brothers. Y'all cooking. Red Pill was popping. With the $5, if a woman can't come vaginally, that's her problem. Oh my God. She killed her coochie with that rose and double clicking that mouse. Exclamation point. Coochie the Walking Dead. Red Pill, skip your Yu-Gi-Oh tournament so you can hit the panel. Damn, yo. So what? Let me ask y'all a question. Well, did y'all want to finish on that? Mr. Fantastic.
You never got your answer. We got deflected twice, once by a woman and once by a man.
Oh, by the ladies?
You never actually got your answer.
Let me ask,
I mean, we can't expect more than that. There's nothing.
Nah, Bees. I believe in them.
Yeah, okay.
Lauren Mack. If you gotta say one, and Maisie 86. I need an answer from you two and Impress specifically. Okay. If the 80% stat is true, where women are not orgasming from vaginal penetration, if you accept that stat, I've never heard women push back against it. Callie actually doubled down when she said, once I involve my clitoris, I'm straight, that means she's actually conceding that you guys aren't getting orgasms from vaginal penetration. Then do you agree that the reason why you're doing is what you're doing is to get things other than sex from men? I need an answer. God damn it. I'm pissed off, man.
While we wait on the answer, can we just admit that what they're literally saying is, I need you to beat the pussy up until you make me pee? And most niggas can't do that because most niggas don't got 10 to 12 inches. I don't know when we just gonna start being honest about this shit, man. It is what it is, bro.
And that's another thing, Bean. Squirt is not pee, bro.
Wait. The answer is coming in. All right. CC said no. Lauren said nope with the last, which means yes. Maisie said yes. Danielle said yes. Triple jump means yes. Anna says with the $2, sex still feels good before the orgasm. Okay. That's what DJ Envy Wife said. And she went on a month-long vacation. Oh no, shit getting crazy. Wow. Jesus Christ. All right, see, let's go. Hey, Steppenwolf, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. What's going
Salute,
on,
my
man?
G. I know you driving and shit, so I want to get you in real quick. Pause, cause I know you know what I mean.
Yeah, man, I'm down here on the coast, man. I just wanted to tap in. Salute to the panel. I see you, Uncle Rick. My granddad told me years ago, man. He asked me a question about, you know, basically, was I tricking? I'm like, nah, man. And he said, if you're taking them on a date, taking them to dinner, you buy them anything to eat, you tricking. You paid for it. So whatever she does, you know, is like a give and take on that. I just wanted to tap in real quick and say that.
All right, so Pop already put us on. Pop already gave us the game. He breaking. I knew he was gonna break. At least he got it out. Pause. God damn, man. He knows you got you. You know you be talking crazy on the internet, nigga. You got your brand on your shirt. You want to say? You want to say? You want to?
I got a stake in this company, so they couldn't do shit to me even if they wanted to.
Shit, nigga. Unless you majority owner, they can do some shit to you now.
Right, nigga. Let me take a shot.
Oh my god! Wow. Somebody grasped me.
Going crazy. This boy going crazy.
Is that serious? Look, man. I'm working and I'm
nigga.
Somebody grasped on like a goddamn baseball field once he get done with this shit.
Hey, the cold part is I'm an irrigation specialist. I don't really got to deal with that grass. I do like PVC and all that shit.
Yeah,
I do all your water work and shit.
I just got my shit fixed, man. That shit costs a lot, man. But it's good once you get it done, especially down here with all the flooding and shit. But yo, what you Kasim, what's poppin'? I thought you had what happened?
I did. I was in at 7 and I left at 2. That's when you can see all the super chats and stuff like that. So I was listening virtually, you know, since around 2 o'clock. And I just got in the house maybe like half an hour or so ago. I was like, you know what? They out here talking reckless. Let me
Oh yeah. Niggas had a little smoky smoke for Kasim, man. So Kasim, niggas ain't like, hold on, let me get back to it real quick. Kasim said feminine communication is about emotional frequency. She will try to get you to feel the same way she does in that moment. Your response should match.
Brother.
They ain't like this.
It's true. It's true. If you understand how women talk and what they say, you know exactly what that means, right? It's the fact that when they say things, they're saying it from an emotional place of based upon how they're feeling. And the only way that they know that you heard them is if you go down in the feelings with them. Once you go down in the feelings with them, then they know that you heard what I said and you take me seriously and blah, blah, blah. That emotional wall comes down, then you can inject some truth, then you can inject some rationality, then you can inject some reality, and they're more prone to listening.
You know,
that's it.
It's proof. It's proof.
That's
How
it.
they apologize.
That's it. Because, like I said in the chat, if you try to bulldoze over their emotions and not take that emotion serious, and to her that emotion is law, she gonna shut down the cooperation. She gonna shut down the peace. She gonna shut down all those things. That's what I think a lot of men, they go wrong in a relationship because they don't understand that. They don't understand that in order for us to be peaceful, right? Because that's what you want. You want more peace, which is gonna equal more cooperation, which is gonna equal more sex for you, right? So there has to be some level of listening to them, right? In order for you to lead and get what you want in the relationship. And that's just how it is. If you've been in a relationship with a long time for a woman, and most men that have understand that they have to do that.
So that means she's leading, right? I hear that.
No, you're leading. Wrong. You're leading.
He's telling
you're leading.
You to manipulate her.
You are leading, JR.
I wanted to touch back on why they do it.
Yeah, you can touch back, but hold on. Let me just see real quick. JR, you disagree?
100.
Why?
And that's the reason why we're here today. Because how many times must we go through this? how many times? Like I said earlier, they have to be willing. One time, you can't be willing just once. It's the once. But you know what? You can't even get the one time when they're willing to do something without having to, fight it. Does that make sense? So that's why I say I disagree 100%, because it's like, how many times? So that means she's leading. So I got to come down to her. So then I get what I want. No. You should listen to it. Then we both get what we want.
JR, part of your leadership as a man is that you have to have foresight and you have to be able to problem solve, fam. That's one of your essential responsibilities as a man, to problem solve, right? When a woman comes with you, not always she's coming with you with a problem to solve. Sometimes she just wants to be heard, right? And if you're a true leader, you will listen to what the troops on the battlefield is telling you. You will get a pulse of what's going on so you can make the right strategic input and the right strategic decisions to win the freaking battle. Any real man, any real leader understands that. And that's what a leader does. So if you're not equipped to have the right problem solving skills and you don't want to deal with it because you're not capable of it, then you just keep going through relationship after relationship after relationship after relationship through the course of your life and not have anything meaningful and still whine and bitch and complain about how they're not doing what they're not supposed to do because you're not the man.
Now, even if what you saying is true, I keep asking y'all, show me the example of this where the dude is not the provider.
That's going to be difficult to do.
Of course it is.
Beans then become the fucking provider.
No, you can't make the become the provider argument while trying to say
Beans. If you know majority of the women conduct themselves and have that particular mindset, and if you want a woman, you will understand that intrinsically as a man, you will have to step up to do that. If you want one, if you don't want one, then get what you get.
That's not the point. The point is that you can't make the fucking provider argument while suggesting that the cure for communication is for men to do something different as it pertains to communication. Because if that's the case, it would. Hold on, let it land. If that's the case, Kasim, it would work regardless to whether or not they were providing. Yeah. That's the point. Is the answer should not be based on this thing trumps everything else. If you take away provision, that shit you talking about still don't work.
Yeah. So
that's the point.
Christine, your suggestion requires a prerequisite. The prerequisite of qualification is you have to be the for all intents and purposes sole provider. And so then
keep going. Go ahead.
No, just saying in terms of that, because if you're saying you have to be the provider to use your tactic to get the results, the prerequisite is not going to work for 90% of men. So what's an actual solution?
This is it. Every man intrinsically wants to provide. For some men it's more, and for some men it's less. Right? You have to figure out exactly where you are and what rank that you're in, and then settle within that range. Everybody ain't have to be six figures. You could be an average guy and still get that same level of cooperation. But she has to see that within you, fam. And eventually what you want to do is you naturally want to build yourself up. Right? It's an expectation from her, but also from you intrinsically. I just say build yourself up as much as possible, but along the way, learn how to communicate. Understand how this person works, how the person operates. Because it's only going to work for you in your best interest, because you can get more out of that particular female, out of that particular woman, which is her femininity, what you really truly want. You want her cooperation. You want her submissiveness. You want her feminine energy. And there's certain things that you have to do to get that. Your masculinity beings has a price, but guess what? Her femininity has a price too.
The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world that he didn't exist. And the greatest manipulation tactic that women use is convincing men that any of the bullshit they do is based on us. It's not. It's based on them. Yo, well, I have dealt with so many people where when they have relationship problems, they come to me to talk about it. But then when I try those same tactics in my own relationship, it don't work. You know why, Kasim? My man from Trill, today's conversation. He said it best. He said, when I'm talking to my woman and I'm complaining to her about my homeboy, she right there. She listening to me. She's objective. She's being rational. But when I'm lodging that same complaint against her, now she emotional. Now she defensive. Now she not listening. Same thing, but now because she's the problem, because she's the focal point of the issue, now her response is different. I'm not saying that what you're telling men to do is wrong. I'm saying it's not the answer to correct communication in relationship between men and women.
But do you think that'll get you
communication in relationship between men and women is for women to stop fucking thinking they got all these excuses? You don't.
But do you think what I said would give you a better outcome and getting better chances of getting more cooperation from that woman?
If I'm paying for everything, absolutely. Yes.
And also the context of what situation, right? So again, I totally agree with you being empathetic and listening when it's something that's not really pertinent to an issue that's built within her, right? When it's her and it's an issue that needs to be remedied, that will better the situation for both of y'all. Ain't no me in your feelings. No, we gonna stand on it and we gonna deal with it. Right. So it's on that point, I agree on you. When it's something that's affecting her emotionally, something that she needs to get out, she has to talk to you about for sure. Kassim, facts, right? But when it comes to something that needs to be repaired, it needs to be stood on and handled. That's just the way it's going to go. Because what's going to actually happen is the same thing these women in the chat said when the dude walked off the stage, right? He should have stood on what he said. He's supposed to be a man, yada, yada, yada. Now, who ain't been in that situation before?
I think the majority of us have.
And then, Kassim, like, I'll give you an example. If a man is staying out to 4 a.m. every night, right? And his woman starts to talk to him about how it's making her feel. It's making me feel uncomfortable. It's making me feel like it's somebody else. It's making me feel all these different things, right? Regardless to whether or not it's true, the fact of the matter is he absolutely needs to listen to her and how she feels in that moment, because he's the one making her feel that way. His actions are leading to the things that she's feeling. Absolutely. What we're talking about is majority of the time women are fucking being delusional. This is a fact.
Yes.
Anytime they're the problem and you start trying to talk to them, they start deflecting, being dismissive. There's no accountability. It's ridiculous the way that the conversation goes. They will pull up some shit you did from 7 years ago that's not even relevant to the topic of the conversation right now. And that's why I think JR is saying he can't get with the notion that you're giving, because he think it leads to too much of them pulling back to this bullshit every time you want to address them on something they did. Now I got to go through this long ass hour long. Y'all understand, baby. No, you right, baby. No, I see how you feel, baby. When it should be like, no, you're wrong right now. Think about it. You see how you're wrong? Okay, cool. Love you, baby. And we move on with our lives. But it's not like that.
Like I said, every man gets different results. What I get from the women that I'm around and from my girl, the results I get from my girl and things like that is going to be way different from the results that any one of these other men have. I'm only speaking from the results that I get, not only from my girl, but the women that I'm around and the people that I influence. Those are the results that I get, and it says a lot about me.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, what I'm saying is, yeah. I'm 28, right? In our time, the ladies that we have to deal with is completely different. Yeah, like I said, what we're asking for is cooperation. That's all we're asking for. And that doesn't mean that if I say jump, yeah, you guys say that. No. That's just cooperation. That's all I'm asking for. And now, you're not wrong in what you're saying, yeah. As in, listen to our ladies and what we do that. But all I'm saying is, yeah, how many times must we keep doing this? Because if we keep doing it, yeah, we are actually extending an arm for more bullshit.
Bro, you should drop. You should drop and come back, bro. I couldn't hear nothing you just said.
Your microphone is messing up. It's something. I forget. It's something that you could do to fix it without dropping. I forget what it is. I wish she could.
Can you hear me now?
To do it. Say something again.
Can you hear me?
Say check.
Check.
Yeah, it's still there.
Yeah, no, like I was saying, yeah, I understand what Kassim is saying in the sense of Like, yeah, listen to your lady, listen to what she's got and how she feels. I understand that. But what I'm saying is, yeah, but how many times must we have to keep doing that, yeah, just to get an inch of cooperation from our ladies? But with the advice that you seem that you're giving, yeah, I'm not saying that you're wrong in that
Right.
advice. You know, we should be calm, think, foresight, and whatnot. I hear that. But what I'm saying is, yeah, we get this notion of, oh, men don't know how to communicate. I'm sorry, they don't know how to listen, let alone they're not even willing to do. And then we're talking about, for her to be able to listen or get cooperation, I must pay majority or X, Y, Z. But I'm gonna say this, even with that, yeah, even with that, it doesn't mean I'm gonna get a cooperation, because I'm gonna still get a headache.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. So what we're saying is, it's like, you know what? It's not even worth the squeeze. So that's why I said majority of the guys, yeah, are not willing to even fight the lady when her ego is all the way up there. A lot of guys not willing to fight that, because, like I said, what happens if a guy now has to supersede a woman's ego? Yeah, we understand it can go left. So out of the two options that we have, go left or go right. Which one? The right one is just let it go. And when you then decide to let it go, it extends more bullshit for them to do. If I deal with that side, and the one that's supersede their ego, and she ain't willing to listen, the guy can then get in trouble. So that's what I'm saying. The guys are sitting there thinking it's not worth it.
JR, I hear what you're saying, fam. You know, and I hear you. I don't want you to have the assumption that I'm high and mighty over here, because I'm not. All I can do is tell you from my experience and from my immediate things and my results. I don't have the issues that most of these men speak about. My oldest son, who just got married 2 years ago, he doesn't have that issue. My middle son, who's 26, he doesn't have that issue. My youngest son at 24, he doesn't have that issue. Right? So it's like, maybe it's because I'm a little bit more involved in what's going on in their lives, because I have a whole lot of experience to impart. Right? I was married before. I was married for 8 years. And during that time, I speak a lot about that to those boys, about the mistakes that I made, you know, in that part. What I did in order to heal myself, what I did in order to get my mindset right, but also incorporating my new knowledge of what currently I have going on in my relationship now. And I believe that the advice and the guidance that I give them is very sound, it's very solid, because they have really good positive results in their life. Not only just them, but the homies that I'm around, that I go kick it with. Just yesterday, I was out kicking it with some homies, you know, for Easter. And we were talking about things, and some of the things that we talked about the relationships with our women. And they took up some of my advice, and they noticed that there was a certain change. So I hear what you guys are saying about this, but I believe if you do the work within yourself, man, and learn who you're dealing with, and try to make, you know, the best decisions as possible, and give consistent evidence of that, I do believe that you're going to get a bigger difference and a bigger change, because we talk about this. We talk about the power of masculinity, that no matter how wild she may be, or how many things she's doing, but for the right man, she'll what? She'll yield. For the right man, she'll do X, Y, and Z. And I just say to try to be the best man as possible, knowing yourself, so you can get the best results for your life, man.
And that's the flaw in that statement, because it's not the right man, it's the right situation. That's the point. It's not the right man.
Right? If you are that man, you're going to create that situation. If you are the right man, you are that man. Beans. If you are that man, by how you move and what you do, that's going to create a situation. That's going to be like the exhaust of what you do.
I got you. So I got you. So, but here's what I'm saying though, right? So you have these women, right? They go on these jobs. They be on these jobs for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. You think that they get to keep those jobs for a long time without being cooperative? No, right?
No.
Okay. So then that means they know how to cooperate. Do you think that their bosses, are just employing all these sensitive ass tactics all the time? Like
because
real.
I manage a bunch of women. You're talking about me. You're talking about me. I have women's livelihoods in my freaking hand. I can change, but I can change their livelihood with the signing of my fucking pen.
Money.
And they understand that. They understand that I hold the key to their survival, right? Because without that survival, they don't have a sense of independence.
Right.
So they're gonna yield to me a certain way, right? They're gonna do things for me a certain way because I control their freaking survival in a nutshell.
Absolutely.
So I understand it.
Thanks.
I had to step away for a second. I missed the can somebody give me a brief synopsis of what I missed last?
You didn't miss anything. We're still having the same conversation. The brother JR.
Yeah, we just chatting. We just kicking it
on why he disagreed with Kasim, which was just basically that he feels like it's going to become a pattern. Basically, if we always have to capitulate to a woman's emotional stance, that's going to become a pattern. What reason would they ever have to mature and grow the hell up if they know all they have to do is go into their emotional stance, and then now we got to capitulate to that. We got to take however much time out of that just to get them to cooperate a little bit, right? So that's really the only thing that you missed so far.
Okay, well, question, Kasim, when you were saying when get down to that level, you were saying empathize so you can understand why they feel as such.
It's not it's you have to as a leader, you have to impart a little bit of empathy, right? Because the whole thing is getting the people that's under your covering to follow you. They have to believe in you, and they have to first of all believe that you see them as a human being and you can kind of relate to them on some type of way. And some of that relating.
I heard that part. I'm just trying to catch up a little bit. That's why I asked that clarifying question. Now, I think the brothers, not saying they said this, but the part I see that can be an issue if it's perpetual. So when you use the example of employees, right? The guys that work for me, I have a few ladies, right? You're not going to keep doing the same shit over and over and expect the same level of understanding, right? And even if it's a different issue, it's only a nuance difference, right?
Correct. You get small corrections, not a big.
Yeah,
it's a small little correction.
Well, but I didn't have time. Well, you still got to wrap it right. I didn't have time doesn't mean you fall off the back of the truck. Well, I didn't have time doesn't mean you don't carry it correctly. You see what I'm saying? But it's a different. So at a point, I'm like, no, motherfucker. Even though I shouldn't talk to them like that, I get to that point at times, right? Absolutely. Like, come on now. Like, at what level do you stop this level of empathizing and be like, okay, enough is enough? Or does that ever happen? Do we have that luxury with the women in our lives?
We haven't exercised all of the tools available in the tool chest, I don't think. Okay. There's other ways to look at this. Do we know what? All right. Has anybody ever seen a woman apologize?
Yes.
What is she apologizing for?
Normally she apologized for how she felt.
She apologizes for how she felt or how she made you feel?
How you feel.
No, yeah.
Right. She's not apologizing for the actual act that made you feel that way.
Correct.
I'm sorry I made you feel that way, but she's not addressing what she actually did. The crime is unaddressed.
She got to run that down, honestly.
Huh?
What you saying?
She got to. When my girl apologized, it's not just because I'm upset by how she reacted. I literally asked her verbatim, "What are you apologizing for?" She got to run that down. I don't know if that's a principle, but I've been like that. She's usually gonna say she's usually, when she goes into detail, I know I did this wrong, X, Y, and Z. I know you don't agree with this and you don't like this type of behavior. Like, she literally has to run that down to me. You can't just say, I apologize because you're upset now, babe. I didn't mean to make you upset. Fuck that. I need you to apologize for what led up to me being upset.
So that's what you have to, that's the point I'm saying. That's what you have to get to. And the best way to get to that is to put one thing on the line that women hold almost as dear as survival, and that's their ego, their image. And how you arrive at that is they have to trust, or they have to have some level of admiration for you. They have to care about your opinion of them, right? They got to care about their image. Once you do that,
somebody needs to mute. They get
It's always he knows. Go ahead.
Well, once you do that, then you can shape her perception of what is going on in reality, and get her to actually apologize for the crime, not how the crime made you feel. You don't have to have empathy for that.
You know what's happening though, Aaron?
Women.
Aaron,
You don't have to have.
Aaron and Kasim are speaking at a particular level. What about for the majority? How do we get positive results? People are not operating from a place of authority in terms of money, which is often a catalyst of what people see people as authoritative. Well, I'm not saying it should be, but when we say provision and protection, Kasim before I left, Beans was literally telling you you have to operate from a place of you paying the bills or providing the majority of the provision to get the results that you want.
It gets more of it. We all understand the more responsibilities we take away from them, the freer they are to get to be in their femininity, right? We all get that. And if I was to log off right now, right, and I was to close everything down, and I would walk outside, I would walk 3 blocks north. Those people wouldn't have any idea who I am, where I live, or what the hell it is I do. But I have a certain way that I interact with people, right? And a certain respect and a certain energy that I will get pretty much close to those results if I just happen to talk to a random stranger, a random woman sitting in the park.
Kasim, wait, please, I beg of you. Kasim, this thing that you're saying about women right now, are you saying that it's innate to women globally, or are you saying this is first world women?
I'm saying this is innate to women.
So how do you explain third world women?
Women are women, no matter where they go. Intrinsically, they're all the same.
Explain third world women who literally work their asses off way more than American women do. It's not even close.
We don't need provision in the conversation.
Wait. Now I'm asking Kasim because he just made the argument about when we take away responsibilities from them. And I'm looking at these videos. Shout out to Angry Man. He put up a short recently because a woman was making this same argument. And then there's this clip of all these women around the world. I'm talking about laborious jobs.
But use Maria, right? We always use Maria in the same.
You don't think for one moment, Beans. You don't think for one moment if you would take, let's say, 15 of those women out of that laborious, laborious, hard-working environment, and you put them in an environment where they're more comfortable, there's more comfort, and there's more convenience, and you put that in that environment for 1 year, do you not think that they would change their perspective about where they were and what they could possibly achieve?
Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna answer your
question, Beans.
I know. I know.
You have to
and I want you to
his.
make sure you get that same respect back because you just dodged mine. I'm gonna answer your question and I want you to answer mine. Yes, they would. Now explain to me how they're in those laborious conditions and still fucking feminine and fit and friendly. How?
Culture.
Because it's a culture.
It ain't innate. I'm sorry. Let me calm down.
Yes, it is.
I apologize.
It's within them, Beans. He said
it. So wait, hold on, Kasim. Aaron, Kasim just made the argument that it was innate, and you just made the argument that it's cultural. Aaron,
what's innate? What's innate? What's innate? What's innate?
Okay,
women being feminine.
It's not cultural.
No. Yes.
It's not cultural.
No.
All
right. Slow down. This, I don't want to make.
I just want to make sure that Aaron acknowledges that there's a difference between cultural and innate.
Let me break this down. So the women being feminine, Kasim says it's innate. Aaron just said it's cultural. Those are two differing opinions.
Femininity, the argument that it's innate.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then how they show femininity, is that cultural?
It's culturally influenced, yes.
But you
I
see,
think it's backwards.
So how are black women the anomaly?
Something because Western culture took femininity out.
No, Mexicans are Western.
Jesus.
Most Latin people are Western.
Hold on. Let him finish.
You got to listen to get the point, not to rebut. What is innate in women can be culturally cleansed out of their psyche. It happens a lot of times in first world environments.
Okay.
Which is exactly what you have to use to to get back to where you want to be. And it doesn't require the ability to provide resources. All you have to do is challenge their image of themselves, and that is built up in the first world construct. 4 words: I am independent.
So
challenge that, and it'll put them right back into the feminine location.
All right, hold on. So you're saying, are you
That
saying
still don't
that?
work.
Are you saying that it's innate? However, it needs to be what's the word when you develop something?
Cultivated
and then preserved. Yeah.
Yes.
You gotta preserve it, protect it.
So they
That's
can.
what
It's
protect-
naturally in them. Whether or not
Yes.
it's realized is a different ball game based on the culture.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think was it this panel where we talked? I think was it this panel where we described, we talked about this innate creature or whatever, no DNA, and they were raised in this environment. Would they still be women? I believe it was something similar to that conversation. Remember that? That was last week.
Well, still, y'all killing your own argument. If a person isn't socialized, again, everything you know as a human being, feminine, masculine, all these different things are traits that is copied for the most part because you're around other people. So if you isolate a person and you keep them away from other people, you're neither nor. You have to learn those traits. So the whole innate thing in itself isn't, from anything past a biological standpoint, is hard to argue.
Prove it. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, you can't prove it.
Let me ask you a question though. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Fantastic. Is it easier for women to get to that point of stereotypical femininity than men? Or is it all just basically how they nurtured up?
No, it's literally like you said. It's cultural. It's the way you're trained. Again, my bad.
Let
Go
me
ahead.
ask you. Let me ask a better question. That was a bad question. So, what I'm saying is, women. They say women are more nurturing, right? What if a man and woman are raised up the exact same way? Is the woman going to still naturally be more nurturing?
Yeah, because the woman doesn't have testosterone like men, and her brain works a certain way.
Which at
from a
that point
biological
doesn't
standpoint.
actually. So that does speak to the argument that it needs to be nurtured to some extent, but what's natural to her is still going to be natural to her. You see what I'm saying? Like in terms of her being, because she doesn't have testosterone. To your point, there's ways about a woman that are going to still be regardless of how you rear her.
Yes.
Yeah, but again, I don't know. That's like the Schrodinger's cat thing, bro. That's a Schrodinger's cat argument. Because again, like you said, she the only way she's gonna be in true femininity, right, and nurture. My bad. Somebody stop drinking that damn gin in the daytime.
Years old.
Yeah, Seagrams. That's a wild boy. But yeah, she will still have to be put in the ultimate form of femininity for you to see that nurturing thing. You see what I'm saying? So even then, if you're saying that it's innate, if you just put a woman or any person out in the wild and they got to survive, they're going to do whatever you have to do. They're feral. You've even seen this situation where like kids and stuff been lost in the woods, right? Like real life Tarzan situations, and they're extremely, extremely feral and have to be, you know what I'm saying, pretty much re-institutionalized into society. So that's why I'm saying is yes and no. Because like even then, like I said, she would have to be put in that situation and be around other people for her to be in that thing, because she, you know what I mean, humans aren't asexual. She can't get pregnant and have a child on her own.
Irrelevant.
Go ahead.
So how do you ever watch children play?
Yes.
Fantastic.
But you said the
Would
key
you
word
agree
children.
that boys-
You didn't say a child.
Children. I know what I said. Children play. When children play, boys and girls play very differently.
No. That's why you have, again, that's why you have tomboys, and that's why you have to tell the girls they can't do certain things with the boys. There's a lot of girls that
Tomboys
well,
are the rule or the
no,
exception?
not even that. Well, no, it's not the rules or the exception. What I'm trying to tell you is this: the girls, if they're around mostly boys and they want to participate with the boys, they're going to do what the boys do because they're children, like you said. She doesn't want to be left out. She's going to try and copy so she can socialize with other human beings. I don't know why y'all trying to argue with me and make, bro. This is not me saying this. This is fucking psychology.
Why don't the girls all go try to play football with the boys then? Why don't they try to go play the boys games?
Because there are other girls. Because there are other girls that are socialized to do girl things. You're trying to argue something again that you can't argue. Bro, I'm gonna say this again.
Wait, so the only thing that's hold on, the only thing that's lost in translation right here, Aaron, is that he's saying if you take a girl and put her around the boys versus having a bunch of girls around a bunch of boys.
Which is why I said children plural.
Right. That's his argument, is that you can't necessarily.
You're still proving my point. It's socialization.
Okay.
If you get a bunch of children, boys and girls, 50-50 mix, what you'll find is the boys are over there playing games with rules and a hierarchy. Girls are playing a game that is what's the term where everybody's equal?
Yeah.
There's no rank. They're playing shit like house. They're playing games that are highly conversational.
There's no winner.
The boys are playing games that require sound effects and some kind of performance and some kind of hierarchy. You have this job, I have this job. There are rules and boundaries. There's a point system to track progress through the game. Girls don't play like that.
Jump rope. Yeah.
And again, all of those games are established by who and what. Hold on. All those games and things are established by who and what. Society and groups of people. There's no natural. You can't use a natural argument. Look, bro, no one is born naturally with a doll in their hand or a stick or a hierarchy. All those things are taught. That's why.
Even without toys, though, girls aren't inclined to compete the way boys are inclined to compete. Not the same fashion or manner.
Testosterone and estrogen. Okay?
That is a clearly definitive.
All right.
You're going to debate that?
Yes, I debated it clearly, and you guys keep adding shit to it to prove to like I said again. Everything is everything in a vacuum, bro. You learn behavior from what you learn. That's just like saying a person that's male or female that's extremely violent. Y'all use the excuse for niggas being violent, men and female. Why? Because they're born in poverty and they're a product of the environment, right? Right? Is that not what you say? A product of environment fucking exists for a reason. Why? Because it's what you grow up around and you see. Fucking human beings are emulators. They do what they see around other people around them fucking do. It's the same thing when it goes for gender. This is why we're having this big issue with the LGBTQ right now. Why? Because these fucking boys are more feminized because they're not around enough men. Regardless of them having fucking testosterone. No, stop. No. But regardless of the men having testosterone, right? We're complaining about the issue of there being too many fucking boys that are feminized. Why? Because they don't have enough men around them to train them how to be fucking men.
Yeah,
why y'all trying to argue this shit with me? It's socialization. It's still fucking socialization.
I'm not trying to argue with, but that's not the real reason why they are feminized, right? But this is the thing. Let's just say you want to present that argument. Then how do you explain the behavior of the very first human being when they had no other examples?
Wait, what?
I'm talking to Fantastic.
What do you mean? You were survivalists. You that's the same argument I'm making, Beans.
I'm just asking.
I'm telling you. Listen, what I'm telling you.
When they had no other examples.
Listen, what I'm telling you. What you will come to find again, the women had to go up and eventually learn to seek the males out because they understood and they had a biological imperative that the men were built for survival. So once they noticed that, then oh shit, I can't motherfucking fight this lion. I can't fight this motherfucking. I can't kill this woolly mammoth. So we got food during the fucking thing. I tried, but I can't do it. So that's still an adaptation and them looking at the socialization that's necessary for their best chance of survival.
So maybe you don't hear it, Fantastic. Make room for the fact that you don't hear it. But the argument that you're making sounds like every human being is just regurgitating behavior and nothing is innate. That's how it's coming off. So that's why I'm asking
not what he is saying.
How would you explain the very first human being who had no other examples, right? They obviously had some behaviors. Right, so it was really a rhetorical question to just highlight the fact that there are some things that are innate. I would even argue to boys and girls, especially if we acknowledge the existence of testosterone and estrogen alone, right? So, but I think that's cool with that.
But I acknowledge that though. That's what I said.
Can I say?
I said that the last time. I said that the last.
All right.
Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question, please?
We done broke that shit all the way down and got nowhere. Go ahead, Joseph.
How the question I want to ask is, how many boys and girls do you see playing amongst each other? Because I'm confused. Bing just threw me all the way off. That was a dumb question you just asked early, a few minutes ago. But I noticed one thing, that girls who play with boys more are uberly feminine. I can even harken back to my college experience. Girls who grew up with a strong male presence or fathers in the house. First of all, they were feminine. They knew how to communicate better than men. They didn't have this chip on their shoulder, and they weren't contaminated with this whole feminazi rhetoric, right? The boys who played with girls always, I guess they always, you know, I can say, I don't know. It's it's a weird dynamic because you ask a lot of questions that don't make any sense.
That I asked, how does it relate to that question?
Because I don't know, bro. Because you ask a lot of questions that don't make any sense. You just try to sound smart, bro. Like I don't.
What was the question that I asked?
I have no, because the thing is, I zoned out because it was a stupid question.
Checkmate. Go ahead.
You ask questions that nobody can answer, bro. Like
Absolutely. Absolutely, you're 100% correct.
But then you sound like honestly, you're like Stringer Bell, bro. You're smart to dumb niggas. That's what I think.
I know. There you go.
Just so you remind me of Stringer Bell, bro. You only sound smart to dumb people. Because that wasn't. So.
Absolutely.
Well, this right here, man. You know, kind of what Joseph was saying, but this is where we were trying to mine it out, Kasim, because maybe we do see. I didn't ignore the fact that these are children, right? But I didn't want to get stuck on the fact that these were children, and I was looking more so at the tactic of, you know, trying to make them feel guilty, right? But how do men discern what you're saying? You know, in terms of manipulation, being ahead of it, being in charge of what's happening to and around them. When have we been? So I guess the last conversation. Have we been socialized in this way? So let me show y'all this if you didn't see it already.
Hi, handsome. This. My mom, Lennon, let go of him. He doesn't like me holding his hand. Every time I hold his hand, he's like, no, I don't want to. Okay, fine. He doesn't like holding my hand. He does like holding your hand. And no, mommy, every time. I know. I promise you, every time. He was like, I don't. Okay. He's always getting off. Okay, fine, I'll hold him. You don't like holding my hand. Not 2 million minutes. Every day.
So let me point out this
man needs to get down there with her.
Let me
fantastic was right. Goddamn it.
Let me point out these few things, right? Just real quick before y'all go in on it, right? So let's get OG in. So look, he holding her hand, but he's trying to carry the bag. She's throwing him off balance. Look, I gotta carry this bag, right? She does the fake tears and cries, whatever the case is. Her mom enables it and then tells him good job for just letting her act like that. If you notice when he looked back, how he like did that smile. Because you know
the little snicker
like,
thing, yeah.
Yeah, right. And then he's like, all right, but not for 2,000 minutes. She's like, no, every day. So she got everything she wanted to. You know what I'm saying? In that exchange. And now so if we've been socialized like that, like what happens now?
But you also have to remember that when he said not for 2,000 minutes, all that did was that put into a minimized or limited the amount of that feeling that she could have, and that's what she was responding to, because she wanted that feeling to be constant, right? But since he put a box on it, it was like, no, it's only going to be for 2,000 minutes. She's like, hey, wait a minute. You know, I don't want my feelings to have a certain time, and I want my feelings to be constant forever.
I understand, but then if you employ the tactic of what you suggested, you say, okay, all right, fine, I got you. But here's the box of autonomy you got to operate in. She says, no, I got what I want, and I'm gonna get more of it if I want it. Because
every day
your understanding was dismissed. As long as she got what she want, on to the next time. I'm a fake cry, tell my mom, and then do the same thing
Hey,
over and over.
what happened, Hap? What happened, Hap? He was understanding her feelings, right? And then when he understood her feelings, she decided to push the boundaries instead of standing on his own boundaries, right? And saying, hey, this is not what it is. He allowed her the leeway to sucker him into that.
And she ran through that bitch. And then the thing is, that little nigga said he went from 2,000 to 2 minutes. He was so flustered. I'm like,
so the most important thing, just real quick, Joseph, the most important thing though, like you said though, he was double teamed. So even when he capitulated, right, and told that it wasn't enough, his mom came in and pretty much made him do, not in a in any type of malicious way, made him do it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So so and then the girl understands this, the daughter understands this. So she's being taught manipulation by men and how women team up on men at the earliest age, the worst possible person. This young boy, this is what we talking about. For my bad.
He said exactly what I was thinking.
Well, I cited that, right? And that's why I'm trying to see. I wanted to show the clip and then understand how Kasim's tactic is going to be effective, right? And I want to mine that out. So here's what I want to do.
One quick, just most important thing, just real quick, just the most important thing, bro. His mama doing this to him. You didn't point out the emphasis of this. The woman he's supposed to be able to love and trust the most is teaching him to be manipulated by another woman. He's being, you know what I mean? His mom, his own mama is doing this to him. The woman that's supposed to look out for him and be like, hey, son, that girl ain't no good for you. She's literally teaching him how to motherfucking deal with or become victim to the woman that's no good for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now we getting somewhere. We've been saying this shit for years, bro.
Let me get OG. OG been chilling. And this is one thing that this is the part, Miss Live Your Life, right? Like we have
look at the gaslighting. Jump
all
right
we doing
on
is we just having a conversation, right? We just having a conversation. Why
prove points? That shit crazy.
Why can men? And then what if men were victims in the instance? Isn't that a shame that men can't be victims ever?
Yeah,
if a man can, if a man can never be a victim, don't that make us the biggest victim?
Ham. Let me say this, and I'm gonna shoot off, man. Shout out to y'all, man. I hope y'all have a great week, bro. Great work. Sir. But you remember, and this kind of tied into a show that we had about the Predators. You remember the Predator show, right? Answer me this question, fellas, and everybody in the chat. They said that men are the biggest group of predators, right? Who's most likely to be a predator, right? The group that has charge over the most unprotected group of people. Who, if y'all being really honest in the world today, right? What demographic, men or women, have the most access to the most unprotected people?
Women.
Because women have the children, correct?
Yeah.
So how is it that they wouldn't be the largest group of predators?
Good question.
Y'all,
and they are,
man.
All right, Rick.
Hey, Uncle Rick, I gotta get OG in though.
So you're not gonna let Kasim prove his method?
Yeah,
but this is the thing, though. But
we not gonna. Wait. We not gonna. He got it. That's why I asked the question. OG just been chilling for a minute, but we not going off that point because we want to understand how that works.
Absolutely, I see that shit in action.
Yeah, I know Beans. I ain't scared, motherfucker.
Okay.
DJ Ham, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's poppin'?
Oh, go ahead, Kasim. Go ahead. I want this point to be over, and then if I have anything to offer to it, I will.
Okay. Beans.
Now
again, we can refer. Oh, you good? You ready?
This is the thing, because you're asking me to get the mindset of a woman, of a girl that's a child.
I told you.
Now, should I assume that that women are children and they have the same. They don't have the state. That this little girl right here with this little boy has the same mental capacity as a grown ass woman. Should I? I mean, because like it's
quick
because I have to take.
Quick interjection. Quick interjection.
What's up?
The mom seconded the daughter's behavior.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I do.
Fantastic.
I
Literally made sure he cut Hamp off to make that point. It just.
I heard when she said that, right? And it's just the two women sticking together to get the most benefit, which is going to get them the better outcome for them. So yes, of course, the mom is going to do that. Right? She wants to make sure that first of all, there's peace, that ain't nobody arguing and stuff like that. So she's like, okay, cool. You go ahead and yield to this particular request right here just so she can be happy. However, there always has to be some point of negotiation in this interaction between the two. So it's not necessarily that, somebody gets over on the other individual. It's a compromise, right? He made up in his mind, he compromised like, hey, like, you know what? Yeah, I heard what you said. And all right, cool. I'll hold your hand, for a little bit. Right. And then when he put a time limit on it, it boxed her emotions in. She wanted her emotions to run as free as possible. And she rebelled against that. And then again, he was like, okay, cool. He's kind of squashed a little bit and they were holding hands. So there is a lot of elements within that. There's communication, there's negotiating, and there's some problem solving in that. And I'm just saying, as men, as leaders, we have to do that because we all know we gonna get the brunt of it. So it is what it is. You figure out how you can incorporate your competence and what they're doing to get the best outcome. That is your responsibility. Period, point blank.
And survival is their responsibility. This is war right now. Honestly, we're in a gender war. This is war.
It ain't war to me and the people that I'm protecting and providing for. I'm not getting those results.
These women constantly complain. These women constantly complain about men, but the same men that they need to provide and protect for them. Survival is their responsibility at this point. Fuck them. Let them eat cake.
So
cool.
This is the problem.
What's up, Vince?
You did. You was walking through the scenario, right? And then when you got to the flaw, right, you shot right past it. The flaw was he got down there with her, gave her the understanding that you said men were supposed to get, and then she did exactly what JR said they would do, which is you give them an inch and they try to take a mile. And then the minute he set the standard, it became even more problematic because she wanted what she got in the first place, which was her way. And that is absolutely how adult women move. Absolutely 100%.
So, but that's a part of negotiation. What's wrong with a woman getting her way every now and then? If the greatest good in your relationship is peace and to coexist, every now and then she's going to get her way. That's just the way it goes. And if you're not expecting her to get her way, then you're not going to be in a very healthy relationship. I'm not capitulating. I'm talking. Listen, I'm talking in real life.
Earlier.
I'm talking in real life in a real fucking relationship. Okay, we all know if you've been in a really good, healthy relationship, you should understand what I'm talking about. This shouldn't be freaking foreign.
Now you're slipping up. Hold on. Kasim, we got it. Kasim, you got it. But no, Kasim, now you're veering over to our point. You're correlating a healthier relationship with the woman getting her way most of the time, brother. And that's what we're saying.
Not most of the time, no. No.
Wait, hold on. Well, listen, hold on, Kasim. All you just said was talking about capitulation. You have to give in. You have to let her have her way. And then you follow that up directly with healthy relationship, brother. So I'm literally going by what you're saying. And that's the whole point that we're making. Men constantly have to capitulate. Men constantly have to, because if you don't, you're an asshole. You're misogynist. You hate women. You this, you're that. Toxic. So you're making our point. But then, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I'm confused as to where you don't see. You're saying exactly what we're saying. My bad.
We could use the video. See, this is what I'm saying. Look at the video.
I don't want to use the video of two kids.
Okay, you don't want to use it. I get it. You
two children with a certain mental capacity. That's not fair.
Yes,
they have no real
all right, man.
They have no
Kasim,
real
bro,
life
it's
experience.
Listen,
indoctrination.
they didn't
It's sick
They
extend the
have
show.
indoctrination.
wrong. Because I
They
had to
didn't.
change my fucking mind.
All right, they didn't extend the show anyway, because now y'all motherfuckers is working just to prove this shit. I don't even understand it now at this juncture. We gonna lose. I mean, what are we arguing? But let's do final thoughts so we can get the fuck out of here, man. They didn't extend the show, so I went about 10 minutes longer. Oh damn, they did extend the show.
There's a lot of people.
Huh?
I said a lot, but I didn't mean a lot. I just meant a couple.
Man. All right, they did extend the show. All right, so listen. All right, slow down.
Your question for you.
I'm gonna say this.
No, wait. No. Because every time you say something, Kasim, y'all start going back and forth. The key thing is this. The key thing is this. What you're saying is coming across as what Mr. Fantastic is characterizing it as. So at what point do you stand up? You stand up and say, no, this shit ain't happening. I don't need to understand what you feeling if what you feeling ain't facts. Like how does this thing actually operate in real time for a man who is not paying the majority of the bills, which is the majority of men? Or does it not work for those men?
Those men, even though they're paying half of the bills, even if they're doing 50-50, they have to show some level of consistency in something. They have to show some level of competence in something. Something for her to hold and to latch on to, something that's really concrete. And she has to see which direction that you're going. And it's that consistency that you can fall back on. You can remind her every now and then, because you have to remind her every now and then. You just can't have these rules and just tell her the rules one time and expect her just to follow. It's like, no, it doesn't happen that way. So I would say to those men that's paying 50-50, in your part of 50-50, damn it, you be fucking solid. You be consistent in your shit all the time, right? Because that shows a track record of something that she can rely on. That begins to build more trust in her, so she can lean on you a little bit more. She can give you a little bit more, right, in that particular aspect. So therefore, when you grow up, when you get higher, it's going to be much easier for them to follow. So be 50-50 in your half, be consistent in that, and be competent in that. And that's going to solidify you, man.
And how does this work when these tactics are being deployed? And salute to the ladies who were in the chat earlier when I was monologuing, right? They was laughing, like we was having a good time. Like, okay, there's emasculation tactics, there's guilt tripping, there's crying, there's gaslighting, right? So he supposed to stand while all these tactics, to what Aaron said earlier, are being deployed, and men very rarely have this many weapons in their arsenal.
A lot of men don't have the same, should we say, training. Like, listen, I'm in upper management. I've been to hundreds of hours when it comes to leadership and communication and negotiation, right? And I've employed a lot of that, those thousands of dollars they spent. I employed a lot of that in my personal life, and it freaking works, right? So I'm just saying, men should get better at doing that and understanding who is under your covering and what they like and what they don't like. And if you really want to make it peaceful and coexist, there's some negotiation that's going to go on, and there's some compromise that's going to go on, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? If that's what you want, it's not about looking at it like she always gets her way. Sometimes I get my way. It's just going to be a balance in that, and we should not tell these men that there's something wrong with every now and then she's getting her way and every now and then you getting your way, because the harmony of relationship it's most important, because it's going to be better for you. You're going to get more peace in your life. Your health is going to be better. Your relationship going to be better. And there's going to be a lot of positive things that are coming to your life as a man from that femininity. And we should be freaking afraid of that.
But Kasim, respectfully, brother, I love you, but that wasn't the point, right? That's why you wanted to be dismissive of the video, because you cannot use your method against the video. When the dude when the young man in the video tried to negotiate, look at the result that he got. He capitulated. I understand what you're feeling. Okay, cool. Let me give you this thing that you want. But there's a limit to the thing. And the minute that she had to understand there was a limit to it, she snatched away. No, not just for that long, but for whenever I want it. And what I'm saying is, That's why your method to me is flawed. Because, like you just said, I'm in upper management. Did they teach you how to walk up to a stranger, a complete stranger, and dictate to them what they're going to do in their life? Absolutely not. They taught you how to dictate to people who are under your control. They're under your control because you can determine their livelihood. You said it yourself earlier. So that's what I'm saying. We're saying at the end of the day, this is what it really boils down to. To the nail in the coffin in the conversation is it's not on us. At some point, it's not about how we're communicating. It's about how the woman is communicating. It's about whether or not she actually wants things in a relationship to go well. If she does, the communication will be so much better.
Then why do some? Then why do?
Hold on a second, Trucker Dan, can you hear me? Hold on.
Hello.
Trucker Dan, can you hear me?
Yeah, y'all hear me?
Yeah, come on camera.
Yeah, sure.
You're a real person?
Yeah.
Wave.
Daddy.
There it is.
All right.
Good job.
I ain't even have to see it.
Damn, good job. Damn, that's what's up, Pam. Yo, good job.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Shit like that.
Damn, it's shit like that. Damn, that's what's up. Yo, y'all can put some clapping emojis in the fucking chat, y'all. Come on.
God, damn. I got that one, god damn it.
Yeah, man.
Got it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You know what helped me? It's gonna sound bad. He was white. Already had reservation. Hey, we got his ass, y'all. God damn it. Yeah, man. Everybody, salute to the chat.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up.
Hey, shout out to Ricky Lake, man. God damn. Go ahead, OG.
Aaron. Can I make a request?
Yeah, but I think Aaron wanted it. Hold on, OG. I think he wanted to get in on that last one.
I just want to see the video again.
All right, go ahead, Aaron, and then I'll play the video for OG.
Yeah, I think there's a part that's missing, and it would solve the whole problem. It's the fact that nobody's addressed the quid pro quo. What's happening in this video that you're about to see is the girl wants something that is disturbing the status quo. So what the boy should have done was establish something that he wants in exchange. That was never covered, and that's exactly the part that would make Kasim's argument perfect. It's not just you just capitulate for the sake of capitulating. Your capitulation should be backed by something that you expect in return. And that's why I say holding them accountable has to have either a consequence or reward. But we're talking about people just moving in a direction with no answer as to why or what do we ask the question, what does this impede the boy from doing? Well, I got to carry this bag. If I got to hold your hand, that's going to fuck me up from carrying this bag, which you also need me to do. So I'll hold your hand if you carry the bag. Right? We're not looking at the cost of what's being asked. That has to be brought into the conversation, and that has to be something that's offset.
Because women don't give a shit about what men think.
No. But it's not about them giving a shit about what men think. It's that there's something that I'm already giving you, and if you ask for more over here, it's going to cause you to suffer a loss over here. It's not about what they think.
We understand the power of the deal. We understand the compromise and sacrifices that men have to make. The problem is that society has indoctrinated women through feminism that not to give a shit about what men think, say, or feel. That's the problem. You summed it up.
No, I don't care.
That's the reason why it's obviously having an effect on society in general, relationships. Women do not give a fuck about what we say or think. They don't care. That's the reason why we can't talk to them and shame them into seeing things our way. We can't even shame them. Back then, that was a real thing. But go ahead, OG. I'm sorry for taking up your time, man.
That doesn't make sense. If you give a
It
woman
does
an
make
option,
it does make sense. We have went above and beyond. We have went out of our way. There are men in the grave right now that have sacrificed. They're in compromise. We understand the power of the deal. We understand that sometimes we have to strip who we are to make our
no,
women happy. And men are saying right now, no more.
that's not the argument I'm making.
That's not
But
what
the
Aaron
argument,
said. That's not
That's
what
not what
Aaron
I'm
said,
saying.
though.
I'm
Aaron
saying give
said
them
that she's giving something every time you give something, right?
Right.
He's saying that I will hold your hand, you carry the bag.
Right.
I will do this, you do that, right? So things
Make her
become
sacrifice.
things will become reciprocal.
okay, how many times have y'all have tried to compromise and reciprocate and be honest with the woman? These are the same kind of personality traits that women overwhelmingly say that they want, right? As soon as they feel some type of way, they put you on a block list. They're hot as fish grease for you one day and colder than Chicago winter another day. And they always want to talk about, and then they want to talk about, and then talk about communication. The problem is not us, it's them. They don't want to communicate because if you communicate with them, then they have to change, which they're not capable of doing.
You know why I don't have that issue? Look at how you sound. Look at what you're saying.
Who, me?
I wouldn't negotiate with you either.
I sound like a simp?
No.
But I'm stupid.
I wouldn't negotiate with you. I wouldn't be. Oh yeah, let the video play. Shit.
Hi, handsome. This thing not to carry this. My mom Lennon told me.
Lennon, let go of him.
He doesn't like me holding his hand. Every time I hold his hand, he's like, "No, I don't want to." Okay, fine. He doesn't like holding my hand.
He does like holding your hand.
And no, mommy, every
He does.
time.
I know.
I promise you, every time. He was like, I don't.
Okay.
He's always getting off. Okay, fine. I'll hold him. You don't like holding my hand. Not 2 million minutes. Every day.
So I think we might have mischaracterized the mom actually, because she told her to let him go. So we might have.
And also, that little girl felt rejection by him not holding her hand. She was really salty about that rejection.
The mom.
Ham, can I?
Go ahead.
Can I say what I need to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I wanted to see that because I wanted to see what the big whole thing about. And it brings me back times when I was raising my daughter. You teach your daughter that holding your brother's hand is for protection. And then he pulls away. And that's what you don't instill in her and him. She did exactly what Kasim said. She felt rejected or unprotected. See, this is what we got to really start looking at. If we go say what this conversation was 25 minutes ago and say, these are things I learned. Well, these are things we taught because nothing can be learned without something being taught. So if we teaching this little girl that this is her protection, then she is going to feel rejected. And I can see why she would say, I want it all the time, protection. Now, if that's not the reason to show this video, then I'm way off key.
Yeah, the initial reason why I showed the video is with this show when she like, do it, hold my hand. She started crying in terms of like guilt tripping. And when I first played the video, I said, take the children out of it. I was just showing an example that was funny to watch in terms of like how women could guilt trip to when in communication with men. This was 3 hours ago. But if we run with the premise of protection, are they half teaching him? Because also on the sidewalk, he's the furthest one inside.
Right. And
So-
this is another point I was going to bring.
But it breaks.
With
But
the
what I'm
point-
thinking is, OG, and I'm going to ask, does it break down with your premise if he's also the one closest to the building?
It breaks down because just like what you said, I can't take away from that. He's He's understanding half of the protection if that's what it was for. You see what I'm saying? If it were just to hold on to her to make sure they don't get separated, then that's another thing. I don't have enough evidence to know if it's a breakdown in protection or holding hands just because they don't want to get separated or shouldn't be separated. But even though all of that, this conversation, I just sit back and I listen to it, and you can make an argument for it and you can make an argument against it. I think you started off with the white girl crying on the show. That was a trick. I mean, I understand your point, but that was a trick when she put the cup to her head, to her mouth. We have this stuff that blows in our eyes, that accumulate tears in our eyes, and the only thing we have to do is put the emotion around and bat our eyes a couple of times, and the tear will fall right down. But I understand your point. I'm just spelling out that that's a technique we as actors use. But I do understand your point that women can cry on impulse in courtrooms and everything else. We see it all over. But what is the bigger part of this conversation? Now I'm trying to figure out. Are we saying that we put these things on the table, and when we no longer want to give these things, or we don't want to give it at the level that we started off, then we become the victim? That's what I'm trying to figure out. If you put these things on the table,
which is what?
Well, if you put these things, protection, leadership, guidance, and all that stuff, and then at one point when a person depends on you too much, then you're saying, the hell, she can't do anything without me. You know what I mean? So if that was part of the way that you institute your leadership by doing everything, and then all of a sudden, something happened to you and she can't do a damn thing, and then you get mad because she can't do a damn thing, but you never put in a position to do things outside of yourself. So I'm trying to figure out which way we want it.
Well, that argument is different than, so if we go by the premise of the show itself, if that be it true, why would that be using manipulation? Why would that person be using manipulation tactics against you to harm you?
Well, why
would that person emasculate you? Why would that person gaslight you?
Well, I didn't see that in the two things that you showed. Maybe I missed out some of the show. Mm-hmm. But I was staying with the premises of the reaction of people when they can't get what they want. That's the only thing I was going with. The two, the one you had on the talk show and the one with the little girl. I didn't see all the stuff in between, and I do apologize for that. I had some other things to do. But if that was part of the discussion, that a person comes in and just make you, just attack you as a male. And, I heard you say earlier that somebody's, there was a show you did. I did see that part. Mm-hmm. But I didn't think that was a continuous, the whole body of this conversation. I thought that was just an insert you put in, and I do apologize for that.
Yeah, no, it's all good. So I was just showing different tactics that would be that are used in communication with our women when we're having a conversation, trying to get further. And then there's gaslighting, emasculation, things of that nature. Right. And the women were large. Huh?
You're wrong.
Wrong about what?
Well, you're not really wrong. I just wanted to use that as a manipulation tactic to end your conversation.
See, I was like, what?
Shit like that.
Wow. Beans and beans and.
But that's be the thing, and just in terms of when men, because listen, Jeff, were you hearing what Kasim was saying and things? So basically, OG, I'm just painting out during our conversations and our dealings with each other, right? There's several tactics that are employed, right, against us in communication that we frankly, based on what Aaron said, and I think I'm agreeing at this point, we aren't prepared for. They have more weapons in their arsenal because physicality is off the table, right? Because that's where we would thrive, right? So since that's not an option, women are more versed in conversation, debate, discourse, getting you to do or say, etc. And I'm like, why?
Because they do more of it.
Real. Now I disagree with you for real.
Look.
No, just going off of what me and Aaron were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
I know,
but
man, and I disagree with Aaron on the part of women are better at you lose an argument 100%. No, I had 11 sisters in my house, and I learned how to argue with them and debate them. And maybe I might be an outlier,
You
but
say you have 11
if
sisters.
you look, I had 11 sisters. My mother
Yeah,
had
that's
18
that's
children.
extreme outlier, OG.
That's what I'm saying. But
That's
what
mad
I'm saying
practice.
is, well, no. What I'm saying, I agree along with you with that 100%. But I believe if that was the case, that you would lose arguments with women just because of the difference of the sex. Then there's a lot of occupations wouldn't even exist.
Right,
And
you're missing something.
Okay, can you catch me up a little bit, Aaron?
Where I said when we lose arguments with women, where women are the adjudicators.
Okay.
That's the difference.
So
there's a
when
difference
a
between-
psychiatrist is having somebody that they are combating with, and just because she has formal training, and that woman is doing the same thing, and he's able to consult her and defeat her arguments at all points, then that's a skill. It's a skill that they use all the time, and they become proficient in it due to the fact it's one of the things they use all the time. But that don't mean that we can't. You understand where I'm coming
That's
from?
why I'm saying I disagree, though, OG. Like what we're saying is,
I didn't even hear you say you disagree.
Oh,
You
not
said
with
it so many times.
Me and you are on the same page.
Okay,
right?
okay.
Me and you are on the same page.
Yes,
But
sir.
I'm saying, this is why I'm saying I disagree with Aaron's take. They not better, right, at debating and arguing. Well, they can be better at arguing because the difference between a debate and an argument is an asshole, right? It's usually at least one asshole in an argument, right? But in a debate, we're actually trying to get somewhere. We're actually trying to see who can facilitate their point better. And
That's
we
the
make concessions.
difference.
And we
That's
make
the-
concessions, right?
That's
So
the difference.
absolutely, which is why I said I disagree with him when he said that women might be better.
Can
at
you
debating.
give me a?
All right.
Excuse
Well,
me.
hold on. Hold on 1 second. So, but this
Okay,
is my
go ahead.
thing though, right? Because with the still, the reason why I hadn't played that video at first was we were going to try to take Kasim's method and apply it to that video, right? And then what Aaron said was, well, the problem with that is that you're supposed to be getting something for it, right? Okay, you want me to do something for me. You want me to do something for you, then you need to do something for me. I don't watch chats, so I don't know what the chat is saying, but I know where I come from. Women call that tit for tat. Oh, just because I do something for you or you do something for me, I gotta do something for you. Oh, we clocking what each other doing now. We keeping notes now. We taking notes now, right? They call that tit for tat, right? So I don't necessarily know if that's a good debate to have or a good tactic to deploy in a relationship. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I think it's problematic. But the fact of the matter is, you're putting that to this example. Put it to the example that we used earlier before the video was played. The woman is dead wrong. She did something that is dead wrong. The man approaches her, babe, you did this thing. You're dead wrong. She deploys the tactics. Now let's put in Kasim's method. She's dead wrong. Now I gotta come down to your delusional world where you're making yourself the victim.
No.
When you're dead wrong.
No.
Do I have to say, wait, or do I say you did this thing that's wrong? Okay, I don't want you to do this thing wrong anymore. So now I have to offer her something in order for her to not do the wrong thing anymore.
No.
Okay, don't just
Okay.
say no. Acknowledge that both of those methods, this is why they're flawed. You have to acknowledge.
Aaron.
Sounds like a simple.
I'm glad he said that because that's Beans. I'm glad you said that because that's what I was going to use. The man and the woman was doing exactly what Aaron said. She was the person to do the approach, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as she found out she was wrong, she couldn't debate him anymore. So she went to the emotional thing, start crying because she could no longer stand in that square. So that would make your argument, Aaron, wrong. That a man can't out-talk a woman if his facts and his actual facts get into that person.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. We passed that point.
I know, but I'm just I understand that.
It's talking to me.
Beans, I understand that. I just wanted to stick with what I was saying, that I don't agree with women can out-talk men.
You landed it. You landed it.
Yeah. Okay.
You're mischaracterizing what I said then. What you're saying would be correct in the framework where logic is the prevailing method that we're using. What I'm saying is what they do is, to win the philosophical difference, they resort to tactics that are outside of logic, which is what the show is highlighting, is the manipulation techniques that they use, like gaslighting, shedding false tears, moving the goalpost. These are things that exist outside of logic. And the only way they're successful is because things,
I'm just saying, y'all, we saying a whole lot. I'm saying, here's the example. Apply your method to it.
Well, let me finish what I'm saying to OG, though.
You say that again?
Let me finish what I'm saying to OG, though, before we get into that. So, OG, are you catching what I'm saying? How you may have mischaracterized what I'm saying? They employ these tactics so that they can evade logic. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. It just, when I heard your true words of they can, we will lose just in the conversation itself. That's what I was more.
Not right. Not if you take the actual dialogue and try to use logic to dope out which is the correct side. No. They use things that are outside of logic to manipulate the perception. That's why I said when they're the adjudicating agent.
And then we have to fall into it, right?
What?
We have to accept that and fall into it. That's what you're saying.
Exactly right. We would have to do that in order for it to be successful. And that's the argument that I'm getting ready to now make with Beans on how to get out of it. How do we eliminate them from being the adjudicating party? And that requires them to agree on something else being the adjudicating party. That's the question. Now, Beans, how do you apply? Now, what's your question now, Beans?
She dead wrong.
Okay.
Now, apply your method to it that he needs to.
Which one? There's two.
Out of whatever it is that she gets.
Which one? I outlined two different ones.
I'm only addressing the one that you gave in the beginning, which was the tit for tat. Like
no, that's not. No, that was the second.
Carry the bag. I'll hold your hand.
No, that was the second one. There was one before that.
And that's
what I'm saying. Lean in on her ego.
Right. Show us an example. Change the damn title.
Ask her questions where the answer only leads to a very clear paradox, or the right answer is self-deprecating.
Meanwhile, you just said they don't fucking use logic. So what makes me think I'm going to get any kind of logical or introspective questions back from these people that don't rely on logic?
Because it's going to put them in a position where they do you understand what it means to tell on
where
yourself?
They feel like victims?
No.
Now you're highlighting that they're stupid? I live this shit. So that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Bro. You said those words, not me. But what I am saying is, if you ask them listen. If you ask them questions, the right questions, the answers that they give, for example,
thank you.
You hit me in the face, and I'm telling you that hurt. You shouldn't hit me in the face. So you know what you do? And if they try to deny it, hit yourself in the face, real hard. If they don't do it, why wouldn't you do that?
Right.
Ask them that question. What could their answer possibly be?
A woman?
Then I don't want to do it because it's fucking stupid and it hurts. So why would you do that to me? Now they got to answer that question.
Right.
But if you're going to sit here and gaslight me into thinking that being hit in the face doesn't hurt, well, then hit yourself in the face. Let's see it right now. Now, if she clocks herself and rearranges some furniture, well, then you leave that situation. You're on some other shit. But she's not going to.
Okay.
She's not going to. And then you ask, why aren't you going to do that?
Right.
If it's supposed to be nothing to me, then it's nothing to you. It's a fair play. Knock yourself the fuck out. Let's see it happen. You're not going to do it, then don't do it to me.
Right.
You see how that works?
No, I don't. Because now, what is her response in real life? What do you think that the majority, right, the macro response, especially of black women, is going to be when you ask them that question?
There's only one of two. She can either get on board with it, or if she doesn't, you know what you do? Leave, bounce. That's why I say, come on.
See what I'm saying? So we get right back to what I said earlier, which is when I said when y'all talk about holding women accountable, the only bullet in the gun you actually got is leaving. At some point,
I didn't debate that,
bro. So let me. I'm trying to stay calm. So when you have to let me talk, so I can try to stay calm.
Go ahead.
My point is this: when we had the conversations too often, and I don't mean no disrespect, but high value ass niggas like you and Kasim always try to put the responsibility of how women act on men, and I'm saying no.
I
They
didn't
get
do
to
that.
be billionaires. So no, they have to be accountable for their own behavior, their own thoughts, checking their own delusions. They need to be, not us, because the only bullet that we actually have in a gun when we're not high value paying for everything men is to leave. That's it. So the conversation can be make sure you got all the bread and make sure you're emotionally there and make sure you this and make sure you that.
How it should
No.
All right, this is
moot point because I didn't make that argument.
This is how it should be, man. If you want a tactic, I'm thinking that we should employ is not taking the bait. And I see people taking bait all the time on the panel. Somebody will say some shit that got nothing to do with nothing, and we'll start arguing the shit they said that got nothing to do with nothing. Or somebody will give a slight jab, and we get triggered by the jab and go off on the jab, right? My wife will try to redirect the conversation. However, we're talking about what I'm talking about, right? The tactics, just like I listed, obviously I know about them, right? So she may use them from time to time, in which case I don't respond. I don't take the bait. I stay like this because if I get upset, I'm going to stay upset, right? So it behooves me to stay calm, and I'm talking about what we're talking about, I think that we take a lot of bait. What do you think about that strategy in terms of helping these conversations be better?
But you're married, provider. Aaron, married, provider. Kasim, married, provider. You all just don't want to accept that this is not reality for those dudes that's not that. That's the problem. You're not living it. You're not living it, but you're trying to communicate as if you are. And you're not listening to the people who are living it that is telling you that that's not how it works. When you try to have these rational conversations with women, you know what happens? It becomes a game. It's a competition. That's all it is. There's nothing fair. There's no rules or logic to arguing. They're just going to say anything in the moment that they think trumps what you're saying. They don't have to do with anything. And you know why? Because in their mind, what they're doing is they're processing whether or not they need you. Whether or not I can get this done without him. This is the reason why when they go to the job, they behave. Aaron, you can shake your head no, but we have the evidence. They go to the job and they know they late, and the supervisor wants to correct them about being late. They ain't sitting there, everybody else be late, and your ass be late sometimes. They not going to do that. They going to take their tongue lashing, and then they go talk up under their breath and get the job done because they don't want to lose the job because they need it. That's the difference.
You're making an assumption that we're not living. Right. My wife doesn't talk to me like that. I don't have those.
That's why you're married.
We're acknowledging that y'all don't have that, but you're also provider males. Who makes the most money in your house, you or your woman?
That doesn't matter.
If it doesn't matter, then you can answer the question.
Let's say she does.
No, let's not say she does. You can answer the question respectfully and honestly.
She does. All right.
If she wasn't that, you wouldn't have married her, Aaron.
So who makes the most money in your house, Aaron?
She does.
All right, bro, you got it.
Yeah,
but what does that do? Where do you go with that?
Why say anything? See, you're proving my point right now, so I'm not even gonna be mad. Thank you for saying anything.
Well, I guess my thing is everybody disqualified. Why? Are we this way? So you're saying that even mine doesn't work because I'm married and I'm the provider in the house?
Yes.
So you're saying redirecting somebody to talk about what you're talking about when they try to gaslight you, as an example, you don't go for the bait. Why do you have to be the provider to use that tactic?
What I'm telling you is that it doesn't work because people who are combative, that's not gonna matter. You're saying it right now as a logical point when the man sitting next to you just said women don't operate off logic. You're saying that it makes sense to do that, but we're talking about people who don't rely on sense; they rely on their feelings. Right. So in the moment when they need to be the victim, if you're not allowing them to be a victim, this is going to be a war. It's going to be combative. Unless y'all want to make the argument that men just wake up and yawn and start swinging, or do you want to accept the fact that the majority of the time when men are swinging is because they have tried all of these tactics that you have talked about and none of them work?
All right, question. Do you have a suggestion for a tactic?
Yes, women need to get their shit together.
Okay.
It's on them. It's not the conversation can the reason why Kasim was getting pushed back from JR, myself, and Fantastic is because the conversation kept going to what men need to do for women to communicate better.
Okay.
That is insane.
Gotcha. So you're saying the point should be to point out the fact that women use the majority of these tactics, not saying men don't, but overwhelmingly women use them. And men don't, which is why men are at a deficit because they're not. I'm gonna use a strong verbiage. Don't stoop to this level, right? And so, if women acknowledge that these are poor tactics, like earlier in the stream, they put ones in the chat for crying on demand, for using emasculating verbiage and things of that nature. If women agree to it like they did in the chat, then that needs to change in order for communication to be successful. Not men trying to figure out how to communicate with you when you don't use logic in the first place.
I'm going on mute.
Okay, I see.
Okay,
so how do you create that?
Yeah, what is the likelihood of that happening? Is it easier for a man to correct himself, right? Because we base things on logic and intellect and things like that, versus the women who operate in feelings that's more fluid, that's uncontrollable. Who do you think has the better chance of first of all, making that correction, that change that can pretty much work overall for the better?
Well,
who?
You gotta ask how first.
The how, then the who, but the who is already defined. If we're saying men aren't implicated because we communicate logically and definitively, then by cause and effect, by deductive reasoning, it would have to be the women to make a change.
So how do we
Wait, well, just to Kasim's point, Hamp, is I mean, if y'all don't mind participating, raise your hand on the panel if growing up, all you ever heard was women mature faster than men.
Yeah,
100%. I have. I don't think anybody has.
So what the fuck are we talking about? I thought they matured faster than us.
No.
Why shouldn't the expectation be, hey, get your mature ass on board?
You know what that? No. You know what that means?
No, I think you're taking that as a.
Yeah,
no. I'm highlighting the deficiency of the culture. See, this is what I'm saying. We keep trying to make it the men. All the services keeps coming back to us. That's why I'm saying that. So even if you say who's more likely to do it, I don't give a damn.
You're
Who cares? Women are more likely to raise the kids, but they still right now are having the expectation that men get their shit together. So why shouldn't we?
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Hold on.
Hey, Ham, I have a question.
Tezzy with the $5 says, Mr. Fantastic is always fighting back when he's 99% wrong all the time. HQ with the $5 says, the panel of black men says how feminine black women can be is wild. Please stop speculating because y'all want to call women masculine. All women can be feminine regardless of condition. UT was popping, my brother with the $2 says, what up, Ham, Beans, and panel? Salute, my G. Dating Pool with the $5 says, take your L for being the biggest predator. Stop throwing that label at women because it ain't sticking. See, this pals with the tells him, have you seen how quiet the women have been? That was at 408. HQ with the 2000. It's war for creations, nor not regular. It's war for cretins, nor regular men.
Yeah, not regular men.
Red Pill was popping with the 2000s. Kasim is tripping today. God, you with the $5. You're not describing a negotiation. At no point does your side come in, Kasim. It's she gets her way or face a tantrum, and she doesn't have to stop. Mo List was popping, my brother with the 10 ounces. Kasim, it does matter with the kids because this is where it starts. Socially conditioning boys to more often than not have not to cave to women's temper tantrum or manipulation has gotten us here. Salute to my brother Stephen Wolf. Appreciate you, my G. I'm glad you got your 2 cents in before you dropped off. Sophisticated jerk with the fellow says, women wind their way to a position of power, and whining is a form of manipulation. Groove Master with the 10 says, trust not a woman when she weeps, for it is her nature to weep when she wants her will. Socrates. Dating Pool with the $2 says, we don't want to get our shit together. Now what? EBD with the $5 says, women can't answer questions in which logic is applied because that's how they escape quote unquote accountability. No matter how wrong they are, they won't admit it. Jim with the $5 says, Beans is a man who admittedly stated he got his family on Section 8. This is the problem with the community. Men like him shouldn't have a voice. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. We are at 4 hours and 30 minutes almost. I gotta go get these damn kids. We definitely gonna do a part 2 of this shit on Friday to mine it out from a couple different ways because I think it'll be dope to do so. That'll also give everybody a week to think about what the fuck it is we talking about, because things that OG also hit on weren't a part of the conversation, but I think can help further the conversation. So OG, even though it wasn't quite what I was looking to, it still applies. You know what I mean? So
yes, sir.
Just to be fair to that. So at least I now know I'm
Yeah.
talking about on Friday. Yeah, we about
You
to
say
do
you
final
gotta get
thought.
out. Do you have any last word? Okay, let me just get mine in.
Go ahead. And I'll
As
call you
listening
later.
to-
I just got to get the kids and shit.
Okay, as listening to this conversation, I think we're trying to do a negotiation on old contracts. You take NBA players today who has a good season, he has options. So I think women have been given more weapons with the weapons they already have. If they're 65% of the workforce, they know they got more options. And so I just believe that we as men, regardless if we had to say we need to change or they need to change, we can't be negotiating with old contracts. You got to know the player you're playing with. You don't have the same contract with Kobe Bryant and you would with some B player. So, they don't turn to be Kobe Bryants now. They know they have options with all the other weapons they have. So I think when it really comes down to it, we got to be able to read the fine line in the contract we trying to negotiate, and then that might mean that we do have to change.
Word.
You know,
Yep.
what's up, everybody?
Joseph?
To follow his point,
Hold on, EBD. I'm trying to get out of here. Joseph, I'm gonna go around.
Yes,
You
sir.
go last because you just got here. Go ahead, Joseph.
You
Final
want-
thought.
Oh, yes. Do I hate women? I can excuse you for thinking that I do. But I cannot hate women because I know too much about them to hate them. Rather, I hate what they embody. I hate the way that they make life soft and easy, distracting attention away from the important, cold, hard realities of life. I hate the way that they give the appearance of being selfish and kind, concealing their nature. No, I don't hate women. I hate that society that created the monster that is womanliness, and I hate being part of the misguided society that's unable to correct it. The reason why y'all say that I talk the way that I do, underneath all of this vitriol and this anger that y'all see, so a lot of care and concern. The fact that I can't change shit is the reason why I'm so fucking upset. Because that's what we are. That's what y'all constantly say that we are. Leaders change shit. That's the reason why I'm pissed off, because everything that we're trying to do is not fucking working. That's my time.
Beans.
Dope show. Shout out to Enter the Black Dragon for pulling up on the late side of the game. My man JR for coming through on the England, Scotland side of the game. Kasim for pulling up. I knew he was addicted. Aaron in the building. Aaron. My man OG. And of course Hamp and even Joseph, who I don't like. Dope show. And I just want to say RIP to Vontae Davis, former cornerback in the NFL. He passed away today.
Wait, what?
And I think he was only 35 years old.
Oh shit!
That just hurt.
Colts.
I think he deleted himself.
What?
So, yeah, that.
Yo, I'll be back.
That
I'll
just
be
hurt.
back.
I just don't. I don't. When you get to my age, you realize how young 35 is. Even though technically it's middle life for black men, and average, the life expectancy for black men is around 67 to 70 years. But I just want to say R.I.P. the dog. Salute to my dog Hamp. Shout out to the kids. Go get the kids, and hit the cash app and send me $1.
No doubt. Aaron?
Yeah, one thing I've learned about with today's show is that communication and manipulation is a two-way street. Men do use logic when they communicate, but they use logic to manipulate by letting things be misinterpreted or leaving things out that, when left out, would drive their narrative rather than seek to understand the other side and maybe assist with putting things in place so that both sides come to a conclusion based in truth. Along with all the manipulation tactics that we all can agree upon that women use. I think if both sides try to focus on finding out what's correct and true rather than finding out which one is right, I think we'll have a better outcome. But that's why I like DJ Hamp's panel and moderation technique, because it's kind of the underlying modus operandi with which these debates are employed upon.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. JR, any final thoughts, my G?
Yeah. Salute for me on him and everybody. Obviously, it's nice to have a conversation with everybody. Dope show, whatnot. But yeah, I just want to say, obviously, for the guys that are married, like life's different for you, like man, and like Josie was saying, it's not that, when the guys are frustrated, it's like, we just want to fight and obviously hurt everybody or whatnot. It's not even that. It's more a case of we're so frustrated because we don't know what else to do. You get where I'm coming from? Like, we've tried to follow your advice for so long. We watch, we look at, our older heads and see what they're doing. We want to, do what we think is the right thing to do. But like I said, the results that we're getting, it's not it. If you know what I mean? And that's why you said to Joseph earlier, like, oh, he's so disgruntled, so angry and whatnot. And for me, I was like, you know what? It's not that. I can see why he talks the way he does now. For some people, it might be like, toxic and all that stuff, right? But like he said, he doesn't hate women. He just hates what society has turned women into. And a lot of guys are just feeling it, and we're getting to the point where, like I've been watching for the longest, yeah. And for the last month, every day, the shows that you've been having, I think we're finally getting to the answer. It's not the guys. We finally kind of get in there where we start to realize, like, most of the problems that's going on today, yes, the guys are lost, the guys are confused, so yeah, we still got a part to play in it. But for the majority, it's not the guys.
Well, let's continue to mine it out, Word. What time is it over there, JR?
10 p.m. now. 10 p.m.
Okay. Christine?
Men and women communicate differently, but we are better together. And part of that being together and a part of that betterness is learning how we communicate with one another and finding ways into making it work for the better of us. Sometimes we win the battle and sometimes we lose the battle. But the important thing is the amount of harmony that we have, how much peace that we have, and how much light we shine to the world. And that's the war. That's what we should focus on. Focus on the war. So get better at the way that you communicate, get better at the way how you coexist with one another and learning one another so you can get the outcome that you want. Because there are men out here that are getting results. And I think that those men have a lot to share.
Or go ahead, EBD.
Yeah, I'm sorry I came in late, y'all, but when I did, have work.
No, you're not.
I have work. But from what I can tell, yeah, if the subject is manipulation, we all do it to some extent in order to shape a reality or a goal that we want to achieve. But in a relationship, I mean, it can go either way. But what I would say was to answer to follow OG's point earlier about contracts, about how do we establish a new contract, and I think that how we do that as men is by setting a standard of what a good woman is and what a good woman isn't, so that nobody's confused and we know what's in front of us. That way we know what we're dealing with, and we don't have to go even put up with the tolerance of a 2 or 3 year hostile toxic relationship. We know what we want and we see the signs of it. The more signs that we give each other of what good women and bad women do and are and talk and behave, the more we can kind of get the kind of woman that we feel we deserve, instead of always having to deal with someone who's trying to be confrontational, this and that, and isn't going to follow your lead. So I think we just needed for each of us to kind of agree to at least a minimum of a standard of what a good woman is that could be a wife, versus someone that may be good for a good time, but nothing that you want to do a long-term investment in. I would say that.
Hmm. A lot of interesting points, man. A lot of interesting points. That ends up going back to what's men's standard before they can qualify what's good and what's bad in terms of what women they should or should not accept. Until men are on the same page with that, it's going to be very difficult for me and OG as an example to align if his standards vastly differ from mine. One thing when we having these conversations is what's the majority of the offenders in prison? Oftentimes they're returning, right? And so when we having a conversation, are we all stick and no carrot? Pause. If so, let's see if we can understand that, right? Because again, like using Joseph as an example, he makes great points. Anton, what's up? But they get lost in the delivery and what it's perceived to be. You know what I mean? So just taking consideration into like how we do all things, because how you do anything is how you do everything. So it's interesting, man. But we're gonna do part 2 on Friday because there's a lot more to mine out, and I think it flowed decently well. And I'm gonna watch this back to see if there's anything we missed that we need to uncover or mine out a little bit more. So I think there's like 2 points we didn't really dig too far into that I want to get with. You know what I mean? So it's interesting though, man. Interesting. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe. Do the right thing. OG, you go live at 4 a.m. 3 a.m.
In the morning.
In the morning, yeah. OG be live at 4 a.m. in the morning.
Early bird special.
Yeah, is that West Coast time, OG?
West Coast time.
Yeah, so it's still early for him.
That's 7. That's not bad. I'm up at that time, so I might listen to the crowds.
Most of the time, believe it or not, I do it at 2 in the morning. So it'd be when everybody sleep.
It'd be everybody sleep, but I watch it when I wake up. And then Beans, when's your next live? Beans. All right, y'all. I love y'all. Be safe in the chat. Let me make sure I don't got any more supers before I get out of here.
You got a couple.
Lord Lou with the £2 says 100% right. Beans! Exclamation points. Aaron and Kasim, nah. Mo Liz with the $5 says OG makes a great point. We have to stop being married to what was and accept now what is. We must evolve in how to deal with women because they have. King Kuta with the $5 says just showing love to the channel. Amp salute, my brother. Shout out to all the black people trying to make a difference, paneling. And man, God bless his bed to Vontae Davis. Interestingly enough, he played for the Colts when he initially got drafted. He out of Washington D.C. Dunbar High School. And then he played for the Buffalo Bills. And at halftime, he quit at halftime during a game. He said that he couldn't do it anymore, but I've never seen that a day in my life where somebody simply leaves the locker room. And Vernon Davis, who is much more popular, I would assume he played for the 49ers and the Washington Redskins, was his older brother. But Vontae was a hell of a talent too, man. So God bless the dead, man. If anybody tell you they fine, check on them anyway. You know, smiles mean nothing. You know, smiles and cries look the same to me. If you haven't checked on a person, check on them. All right. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all. Be safe. Do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.